Hello, everyone, and welcome to our first ever virtual event, our virtual wellness conference. I'm super excited for today. We have a really awesome lineup of presenters all day long, starting in just a few minutes, right at 10 o'clock with meditation. And just a few things that we wanted to touch on before we got started. We have our help desk, which is Gabriel, who's sitting right next to me here. And so if you have any questions throughout the weekend or so today or tomorrow, if you have any questions about anything that's going on or having any issues logging in or anything, Gabriel's here all weekend. You just text in the chat, whether it's on Facebook, Twitch, Periscope, or YouTube, and Gabe will get back to you there. We also have an email address that you can email, so that's vwc-helpdesk@dpierceproductions.com, and we can also answer your questions right from there. So again, I just wanted to thank everybody for joining us this weekend. Thanks to Cameron from Studio Dreamshare for letting us use this awesome space to stream this event. And a huge shout out to all of our presenters who are going to be presenting all weekend. The event would not be possible without all these super incredible people being involved. And again, thank you for watching. Thank you for presenting. Thank you for hosting the space. And I hope you all enjoy, and we'll see you at 10 o'clock for our first workshop.
My name is Kyla, and I was asked from Dorian to do a meditation. And when he asked me, I was really excited. There's a lot of people going through stress and anxiety and frustrations right now with the COVID-19, people being stuck in, and it's just a difficult time for everybody. So I was really excited that he was putting this together um, to be able to share all of our skills and different things that we have right now for everyone. So, what can I tell you about myself? I've been teaching meditation probably for about 20 years, mostly out of the Petawawa area. So, I've been teaching through the Petawawa Library, through the PMFRC, in some different areas. Most of my meditations are free, or on some occasions there's like a $2 or $3 at the most charge. I like to keep it affordable for all people so that it's open to everyone. So I'm glad to be here to be able to share a little portion of the day with you today. So I'm not sure how many people have meditated before or not. So I'm going to go through a little bit about what I do and how I do it. So there's many different forms of meditation out there. What I'm going to focus on today is more of a visualization. I want to take you internal. I want you to become more aware of yourself and who you are, because I think sometimes we tend to forget who we are and who we were meant to be, and we really have to go deep down. And often we don't even have time for ourselves. So by being here, you are taking that time for yourself. So one of the things when you first start meditating, and it's very natural to have your mind wander. So just know that if I'm talking and you start thinking about things that have happened through the day with yourself or yesterday, that's normal. But what I want you to try to do is just to bring your thoughts back to your breath, and to the breathing, and to just let those thoughts, know that it's normal for those thoughts to be there because we do have a monkey mind. Acknowledge them and try to let them go. The main thing I want you to focus on today while I do this meditation is just relaxing. For any type of healing to occur, we do have to have our body get to a certain level of relaxation. So if nothing else today, I'm hoping that you just get to feel relaxed. We're going to go, I'm going to begin by doing some breathing exercises, and then I'm going to walk you through a visualization. One of the things I've found through the years that I may say you see a tree and you're seeing a rock. Just go with what you're getting. Your soul's taking you there for a reason. So follow your own soul. I'm just here to help facilitate the journey for you today. So what I'm going to get you to do is sit back, find a spot where you feel comfortable, and I want you to slowly begin by closing your eyes. And I want you to start by moving your neck, your shoulders, your legs, and your feet around until you're completely relaxed and comfortable. Good. Now what I want you to do is focus on taking a deep breath in through the nose. Feel that stomach expanding, and then blow it slowly out through your mouth. Good. Now let's just take a few more deep breaths. In through the nose, stomach expanding, and out through your mouth. It feels good to take those deep breaths. And as you breathe, you might already feel your body beginning to relax and to let go. And just focus on how it feels when you take that deep breath in and then out. And another breath in, holding it for the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, and then blowing it out for 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And another deep breath in. 1, 2, 3, and then out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And taking a deep breath in with something positive, a positive thought, and blowing out something negative that you want to get rid of. That's good. Now just take a couple moments and just breathe in and out. In and out. Now, what I'd like you to do, now that you're beginning to relax, is I want you to find in your mind, I want you to picture yourself in a place that you feel safe and secure. Maybe that place for you is on a beach. Maybe it's in a forest. It could be in a jungle, and it might be in your backyard. Maybe it's sitting on your favorite chair. But wherever that place is for you, I want you to picture it now. And I want you to picture yourself with your back leaning against a rock or a tree. Good. Now I want you to take a moment and focus your attention on the top of your head, your scalp. And I want you to feel all the muscles release and relax. Now bring that relaxation down to your forehead. Into your eyes. Releasing. I'm relaxing. Into your cheeks. Into your nose. Into your lips. And into your chin. Now just feel that relaxation as it spreads down into your neck, the front part of your neck, and the back part of your neck. Just releasing any tension that might be in that area. Now feel that relaxation as it spreads down into your shoulders. And this is the place where we hold all our shoulds. I should be doing this and I should be doing that. I'm just letting that all go now. And just feel that relaxation as it spreads from your shoulders all the way down both your arms. And feel all the muscles going loose and limp like a wet washcloth. Loose and limp. And into your hand and into each and every finger. And just feel that relaxation go from your shoulders all the way down your upper back. Just releasing any tension that might be there. And do it now. And feel that relaxation as it spreads to the chest. Down into the stomach. Round into your lower back. And again, notice any tension that might be in this area and just letting it go. Down into the hips. And feel that relaxation as it spreads down both your legs, and just feeling the muscles go loose and limp like a wet washcloth. Loose and limp. And into the feet. And into each and every toe. And just taking another deep breath at this moment. And blowing it out slowly out through the mouth. And allowing yourself to relax. Giving yourself permission to let go. Allowing yourself to have this time. This much needed time. And now we're going to focus on a healing white light meditation. That I love to use by Glenn Harold. And now I would like you to focus all of your attention on an area in the middle of your forehead, so that your whole concentration becomes completely focused on a point in this area. And I would like you to imagine that this point is a tiny white ball of light just hovering in front of your forehead, just floating in midair right in front of your forehead. And now, this tiny white ball of light is in every way the size and appearance of a tiny distant star. A shimmering, glowing star, shining brightly in the night sky, radiating energy and light. And you may very soon feel a slight tingling sensation or a warm, comfortable glow as you become aware of the radiant vibrations coming from this tiny white ball of light. This light that shines even more brightly as it hovers just in front of your forehead. And now, I would like you to see this tiny white ball of light slowly begin to float upwards. Just gently lift up into the air, higher and higher, until it reaches a point about a foot above your head. And as it hovers there, just above your head, I want you to see it begin to grow in size. And as it begins to expand, shining more and more brightly, you become more aware of the radiant quality of this object shining more and more brightly. You begin to see the purity of its colors, like the pure white of freshly fallen snow. Feel its radiant warmth, like a gentle heat from an open fire. Maybe even hear its faint vibrations as it grows larger and larger, giving off a more brilliant light all the time. And as it grows to the size of a large ball, you instinctively become aware of its healing qualities. Sensing that its radiant energy can heal disease, quell any discomfort, revitalize and energize anything it touches. And as it hovers there, just above your head, glowing more and more brilliantly, you feel yourself drawn to this healing energy more and more as you sense its purity, its inherent goodness, knowing that its healing qualities have no limitations and knows no boundaries. Especially when it comes to seeking out and destroying any disease or discomfort. And you will want to immerse yourself in this radiant energy, to bask in its purity, knowing that you can only benefit from its wonderful healing properties. And now, as you think of this, the ball slowly begins to open, showering you with its pure healing white energy. Energy that will revitalize you, balance you, energy that will cleanse and heal every part of you. And as the free-flowing stream of energy begins its downpour, I want you to feel this stream of healing energy freely flowing into every part of your body. Down through the top of your head, clearing out any negative thoughts and emotions. Installing new feelings of well-being and balance as it goes down your neck and shoulders, relieving any tension or stress there. All the way down your back, entering every muscle, fiber, and nerve in your spine, clearing away any toxins that may have gathered there. And as this fountain stream of pure healing white light continues cascading down, pouring into every last cell in your whole body, cleansing and revitalizing you, healing and rejuvenating you, you may begin to feel more and more uplifted, more and more alive than you have felt in a long while, as feelings of health and well-being begin to resonate through your entire system. And now, as the constant stream of energy continues to pour into your body, you see this pure healing white light energy freely flowing into every organ in your chest and stomach, cleansing every artery and vein, purifying the air in your lungs, strengthening every muscle and bone, as it continues to free flow down into your lower body, into your legs, all the way down to the tips of your toes, clearing away wastes of debris on the way. And at this point, you may wish to concentrate the flow of energy on a certain part of your body, a part that maybe needs a lot of healing. And I will leave you for a short time so that you can direct the flow of energy to where you need it the most. And now, as you continue to allow this pure, healing white light energy, this free-flowing, radiant white light, to permeate every part of you, clearing any blockages, cleansing and purifying every part of you. And I want you to imagine that that ball above your head has now grown even larger in size, to about 3 feet in width, so that its endless downpour of healing energy has now completely enveloped your entire body. So that you are now immersed from the top of your head to the tips of your toes in this radiant, healing white light energy. Completely bathed in this pure source of radiant energy that continues its free flow in and around your body, bringing you wonderful feelings of health and vitality, and the knowledge that at any time you can visualize this white light entering your body and healing every part of yourself. You will continuously encourage feelings of health and well-being in your mind, in your body, and spirit. And now, as the healing process is completed, I want you to see that mass of energy above your head shrink to the size of a large ball again, and the downpour of energy begin to slow down, slower and slower, until it finally comes to a stop. As the large ball above your head gently closes, leaving you radiating with feelings of health and vitality, and a feeling of well-being all over. And at this point, you will notice how much better you feel, both physically and mentally, as well as a feeling of being emotionally uplifted. And as this wonderful healing process comes to its conclusion, I want you to imagine that large ball still floating above your head, slowly begin to shrink in size. Smaller and smaller, back to the size of a tiny distant star. Then I want you to let it begin to descend, gently floating down back to the area just in front of your forehead, where it becomes absorbed back into your consciousness, and you will become more aware and more aware of how uplifted and revitalized you feel. as your whole system, your mind, your body, your spirit has been purified and cleansed in this wonderful, holistic healing process that you can continue as and when you need to, whenever. Now, I want you to take a deep breath in and blowing it out. Just noticing how relaxed you feel right now. The ability to just be. The ability to just be in the moment and to focus on yourself. Allowing yourself to float, float, float. Almost like you're floating on a wave, floating down the stream, all the way down the stream until you find yourself sitting once again with your back leaning against a rock or a tree. And again, just realizing how wonderful you feel. 1, becoming aware of the room you're in, your hands and feet beginning to move. 2, moving your hands and feet a bit, taking a deep breath to recenter and reground. 3, eyes open, wide awake, feeling wonderful in every way. And just slowly taking a moment to regroup, to come back to this world, to be aware of the space around you, to be aware of how you're feeling in the moment. Good. Namaste.
Okay, so thank you everybody for joining us for our first workshop of the day. Our next workshop, our drumming workshop, is going to be starting in about 20 minutes at 11 o'clock. See you all there.
Kwayani, Shwaminotam Nidishnikas, Pembroke Nadojnaba, Makwanadodam. Hello, everybody. My name is Trevor. It's really nice here to be able to speak at this wellness internet virtual conference, I guess we'll call it. Dorian asked me, oops, got a little bit of medicine on there. Dorian asked me to come do a little talk about the drum. And I wanted to do it with a very good friend of mine, Sebastian Baudouin. So we took a little tour, and we're going to get this set up, and we're going to talk about the drum and how the drum just helps us in our heart. We call it the heartbeat of Mother Earth. So I'm at Sab's little studio over here in the Pontiac. Sab's going to do a little introduction, but he never introduces himself properly. Sab is an artist and pottery, and makes quite a few little things here, and I'm quite proud of him as where he's come. And so I'm going to pass the floor on to Sab. So here she goes.
All right. Kwayani, Sebastian Idishnikas, Kagagina Dodan, Campbell's Bay, Nadunjniba. Welcome to my studio. It's an honor to be at this conference and participating and with Trevor with the drums. For me, the studio is my little haven. It's my place where I go. I'll actually call it my man cave, and my man cave actually has a rocking chair. Pottery wheel. I do a lot of paintings. I use natural clay. I was always interested in working with clay and with natural. And then I wanted to concentrate on traditional pottery, so I studied and worked on doing traditional pottery. So that's pretty much what the studio is about. And I also give workshops. Right now with COVID I can't, but in general I usually give once in a while workshops in here. And the painting is always related to a story. So the paintings I do are related to stories. So they're either something in my family or related to something or to our culture and traditions as Indigenous, as well as my French culture as well. So I'll start by explaining really quickly about the drum.
Take your time, Sab. We got all day.
So right now we have two drums. This is a Little Bear, and that's Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow is the first drum that I sat and learned. And then we moved. We practiced and drummed on Little Bear pretty much once a week.
Yeah, we had quite a few little funs with Little Bear. Quite a few people there, eh?
Mm-hmm. I remember the first time I did a few language classes with Michelle Gaudry, and Trevor was there. And that was the first contact. And after my language classes, I joined when the classes were ending.
Yeah.
And then they were talking about drumming, and I felt like a bit like the stranger in the whole group because everybody knew about themselves for a few weeks. And the last day, Trevor said, "Okay, we're doing a drum circle. Seb, you're coming." He didn't ask me if I wanted to come. You're coming. And then Michelle told me to come, and everybody wanted to meet me there. So that was my first step. And I was going through a lot during that time. Going through personal issues and really, really hard time. And that first day I was going to drum. I was having trouble. No, I think it was the first language class. I was walking in. There was Michelle, Trevor, a few of our other friends, and I was having anxiety attacks. And I just had on a cell phone with Lisa. I was in the parking. I don't know if I want to go. I'm having this anxiety attack. And she goes, "Seb, go. You want to do this all your life. You know, there's no coincidence. You need to be there." So I was walking there, and I've seen Trevor and Michelle, and I openly told them right away. I said, "Guys, I'm struggling." And then he comes, says, "Welcome, brother," and he hugged me. So I had no choice. And Michelle said, "No, come in." So that's why I started with language class, and then the drumming when they asked me to come drumming. And since then, the connection is, I felt connected. And the first time they sat at the drum, remember they had put all a bunch of chairs. I was sitting in the back. And so there was one empty chair. And when they brought in the drum, I says, "Wow, one day I would love to be sitting at the big drum." And Trevor said, "Seb, there's a chair for you," and I didn't want to go. I can't sing, I can't drum, and that was my first time, and I had to hold up my tears. And but it was our first powwow at the park. That's the first powwow I went to, and when I got there, I had to have a few tears because that's finally I was actually at a powwow drumming. And now every time I walk into a powwow ground, I always have tears. So it's like an honor for me to be there, to be drumming, and with Trevor and the boys and the ladies too, because ladies drums with us as well. So that's a bit of the story. So thank you, Trevor. That was
No, and thank you, Sab. That's a wonderful way to put it. I remember that day. And a lot of people can say that, you know, they guided you on your way, but the Creator guided you on your way
Yes.
to those drums. It wasn't anybody. And nobody should take credit for that. And I find when we drum, like I always say, that heartbeat, eh? Even when we just go like that, you know, on the drum. I feel it with you. You know what I mean? It's one of those wonderful feelings. And it's such an honor to go to these powwows, not even just to be with friends and family with the drum when we set it up, and that's what it means to me too. It's about connection to the earth. And I'll let you explain. You were going to talk about the medicines and why we put cedar. Sab's very knowledgeable about this, so I'll pass her on. Sab, which
I'm still new, but I'll go for it. So the drum, if you noticed on Broken Arrow, has colors at each end. The yellow, you can see the white. Here you see the moose with the white feather. Here we have an eagle. Here we have a wolf and a bear. So the animals represents the 4 cardinal directions. And in First Nation and Indigenous cultures, and they're doors. They're doors to the spirit. Spirit directions, I call them. And when we open up, we honor the 4 directions. So we're opening up the spirits and asking them from the east, the spirits from the south, spirits from the west and north to come and join us. And before we do, we also smudge the drum in the 4 directions. And if you notice, drums are on the blanket, is because the drums are not, if you're outside, the drums can go directly on the soil because it's touching Mother Earth. And being indoors, it's respect of the drum because it's not touching the Earth Mother. And as well, I love the visualization is that there's spirits. These are spirits. I call them people. And you wouldn't like to ask your grandmother to sit on the floor, so we put a blanket to honor the drum because there's a spirit and we have to respect that. So that's where we put the blanket. That's pretty much easy way of explaining it. And the cedar is to bring in the nature inside. So we put cedar around the drum and sometimes underneath. So we put like this. And cedar is one of the medicine, Kijik. And so we actually do tea with that too. Excellent tea. So we put that to protect as well, because cedar is a protective plant, and it's to make sure that this whole spirit of the cedar, spirit of the drum, and the elements that goes into creating a drum as well, all the animals and all this. And so we always honor all that aspect of a drum. And I think it's that spiritual connection that also brings us as a drummer to connect, because it's not just the drum, it's the whole story behind the drum, it's how the drum was created, it's all these elements that brings us doing the sacred act of drumming. And it's very spiritual for me. It's really, really, I can't explain. Sometimes there's words for things, sometimes there's not. And sometimes I keep saying that, sorry, I have no, it comes so deep, can get you so deep, so I can't explain. So pretty much that's the explanation.
Yeah, no, and I love the explanation. I noticed you got cedar at the one end there.
You mean sweetgrass?
Or sorry, sweetgrass.
Sweetgrass, yeah.
Sorry.
Sweetgrass, each direction has medicine. So the east has tobacco. The south, sweetgrass. Sage. West, sweetgrass. Tobacco, sweetgrass. Sage. and cedar.
I noticed on Sun Medicine Wheels it's different though, because they're teachings.
Yes, that's
and
it.
I always honor those other teachings. I've been told that sweetgrass has been in the north. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just recently, at one thing that I was on an online thing, and that's what they explained, and I respect that. And then we were told cedars in the north.
Yes, cedar in the north.
No,
yes.
but
Yeah.
this one they had sweetgrass in the north, cedar over here, and sometimes even the colors, like you were saying, Stab, are a little different. Eh?
Yeah.
And some of the medicine wheels that people have their teachings on.
Mm-hmm.
But the way we do it, like you said, is you want to. Well, I think we said that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Pretty much,
Yellow?
Yellow. The yellow is east. Red is south. Black is west, and white is the north.
Mhm.
And if you look at the ceiling, I have them set up because I'm always doing smudging or drumming, and I always want to keep a visual part of my
Yeah.
studio where I am, and especially when I'm creating stuff. It's the same thing. It's always honoring them. So yeah. So what I'll do, I'll start with smudging of the drum,
On the glitch, Stab.
and what we can usually you only use sage, but you can use the whole force for medicine, but just to smudge is. At the same time.
One thing that we normally don't do is sage over online or when something's being live, or sage smudge. But during these times, I think I've seen lots of it, and out of respect, and hopefully it doesn't disrespect anybody. And what kind of sage do you have in there?
I have, I call it early pearly because the little flowers are pearly colors.
Yeah,
So I'll do quickly
on the glitch.
Trevor's drum. And your stick.
Glitch up. Would you like me to
Sure.
hold it for you? And when you're smudging, Sab, I know there's no right or wrong way. Do you want to give a little explanation?
It's you're smudging your. I always say the word, probably not the best word, is purify, because it's more cleansing and it's more of cleansing your mind and liberating your soul and asking for protection, but it's more cleansing. It's like having a bath. What we do is that we smudge the head to clear our mind, and then our eyes to clear our sight, to see good things, to think good things, and then our mouth to say good things, to speak good words, and the ears to be able to listen to good things and to say good things, and the heart is to feel and speak from the heart, and by doing say with good energy and good saying and good words, and then downwards is just to clear out all the negative space around you, in the back as well. So.
Glitch up. Like I was saying earlier with you, it's this is our first time together, and really since the COVID started, eh?
Yep.
And it's
Okay, you got some?
and I find it nice. And as I look around your place here, I see that we have the little drums over here that we do when we go to classrooms, and the sticks and all that. Everything's put away the right way. Like, you know, it's you take great pride. And I'm looking at your art too, Sab. I know it's hard to film when record, wherever we want to call it, during this to show, but your studio, Stab, really reflects who you are as a person, and it's beautiful. Yeah.
I had planned before the COVID, my big kiln, gave it away because I don't use it.
Mm-hmm.
So I really want to go into drawing and into more of illustration. And I'm working on a big project right now, and Right now it's all on hold. I wanted to do storytelling workshops here and do things, but everything with the COVID. But it's going to happen. I'm not worried. It just takes time. Be patient. And the paintings, well, like I said, they're all related to stories. I have a painting right there. It's a sash. It represents the sash. And the sash for a lot of, you just got to lift it up and you'll be...
Yep.
The sash...
Oh, she's heavy.
The sash is an element that First Nations use, Métis as well. And what we call them here, they're in French is fléchés. They represent arrows. And depending what back in the more in the 17, 1800s, the sash would tell you where you're from. So which parish you were from in Lower Canada, Upper Canada as well. Métis at the West use it as well, and First Nations too. So they actually represented what clan. It's like a mini clanship system, but in a different way. And in the Pontiac, this is lost. The Métis don't really wear the sash anymore. It's seen as a negative thing as well, due to colonization, due to stereotypes, due to all a bunch of this stuff. So this represents a painting of the last sash. So worn. So in my family. So in my history family. So that's why I painted this, to represent that loss of culture. And it's sometimes hard, you know. I did wear a sash when I was criticized. I was called a bunch of names. So it's really hard when you carry that locally, especially. So you've got to be, and sometimes it's hard to go through all that. But expressing that freedom to express yourself, it's really healing too. And explaining to people, art is a good way of explaining and educating people about a lot of stuff that went on and all this. So really that's what it is. So thank you.
No problem, Sab. I love, just a quick explanation. And see what the drum does. This is what we're trying to say. The drum is about a lot of things. We can talk about the teachings and why the drum is here, but that's for elders to do. And we don't want to take that from those knowledge keepers and elders. You know what I mean? I think that everybody should take the time and go spend some time if that's what you want to do.
Yep.
But when we're around the drum, this is what we do as a whole. We talk about stuff that's meaningful to us. It brings us together as not only as a people, just as a culture. I find anyways.
Yeah.
It's that it's
what's in here.
It's what's in here, and it's a beautiful thing, to be together. And when we're done, we'll do a little song like we planned on, and then there's another picture over there that's really touching my heart, and I know that there's a story behind that as well from the Pontiac. Mm-hmm. And that's what when we're around these drums, we talk about these stories. You know what I mean? So,
and it's the knowledge, and also there's teachings, and I call them teachings, but it's more life experience of people. Mm-hmm. It's sharing those, and that's what I love going around a drum.
Yeah.
Because we have that circle, we talk, and we have always we go to powwows. There's elders around us. We listen. Like there's so much sharing, and you feel honored about that. That's really
that's what it's all about. So if you noticed, I went over to Sab's drum and I put a little bit of tobacco in there. That was to honor that drum and say thank you for being here, Little Bear and Broken Arrow. And I sit at another drum that I don't bring out a lot because I don't have the teachings yet. It's a thunder drum. And it's in a safe spot till the time is right, till the right person comes and guides it's on there. It can sit for a while. We honor it every year. We open it up, guys, and say thank you to it, but we put it away. It's just that some things you're not ready for. So these ones, and it's an honor to learn these fun songs, that we can share.
Yep.
Without going too far with it, What song did you want to start with? Their song?
Sure.
And I know lately, Sab, you did the lead the other way. Do you want to do it that way?
Sure.
Way-ah, way-ah, oh, way-ah, way-ah, oh, yeah. That's it, eh? Did I get it?
Yeah.
Way-ah, way-ah, oh, way-ah, hey-ah, oh, yeah. Hey-da, hey-ah. Way-ah, way-ah, oh, way-ah, way-ah, oh, yeah. Way-oh, hey-ah. Yeah, way-oh, hey-ah, yeah. That was fun.
Yeah.
You know the fun thing about that song, Sab, is the first time we sung that song actually was here in your backyard.
Yes.
We had a group of us come up. It was maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and a group from all over the place. We had everybody traveled here, and it was the bear song. We forgot to do the tail,
Yes.
but this is what it's about with drums when you're just out with friends. It's not about singing the best; it's about learning and laughing together and laughing. And,
That's what we're all
and even the lead, we went back to the
Oh, I know.
lead. You know,
Kind of chuckled.
and that's what it's about in the heart. And I've seen us sing before, guys, and we start off with, you know, the other, and then all of a sudden on the next one we're singing a different song, and we look and Dave's with us, our brother Dave, and we're laughing. We're saying, what just happened there? But that's all part of it. It's all part of the Creator, and it's about not holding the ego. It's about being humble about it.
Yes.
Not, I know I'm not the best singer, and I never want to be. I can't wait till my other brothers come back to the drum, Carrie and Steve, because they mean so much to me. Right now, they're still with the drum, but they're doing their own thing. Because Carrie and Steve have those beautiful, strong voices. They're lead singers.
Oh, yes, they are.
And then at that point, I'll step away from that position because that's not my thing. My thing is to get the drum to the powwow safely, responsibly, take care of it right. That's my thing, and I'm okay with that. But the little bit of songs that I know, Sab, I love sharing them like that because we laugh.
It's the communal thing. That's like the laughing. Like we kind of chuckle because we know what's going on in our songs. And I went back to Trevor told me, well, let's do this lead, and I said okay. And I'm just too used to it, and I went back to the lead stuff.
Oh no.
So that's we got. It's really nothing.
And I don't know how much time we have, but I was looking at this picture, guys.
Okay.
And could you explain a bit about this in the Pontiac? Because I know there's a story behind it that
Well,
goes with.
Yeah, the story is this is whitefish fishing, the traditional way. There's also the big net, but here is how we used to do when we were younger. This would be a representation of the ice of white fishing and whitefish fishing. And my family, my grandfather, my great grandfather practiced this, and this was passed on to my dad and passed on to my brothers and myself. And if you don't know, my dad said the fish would come when spawning. This whitefish, you can fish during spawning because it's not like pickerel or pike or all that. So you're allowed to fish during that time. But now today you can't fish this way in Quebec. It's illegal. But the thing is to explain what used to be done. And this window of opportunity to fish is very small. No moon, and it's in November, mid-November. No moon, no wind, no ice. So back then there were those days. You had to go with them every night. So you had to be prepared to go that night, you know. And sometimes we would go out. There was no ice, and when we came back to the vehicle to put the boat, we had to break ourselves through to get to the shore. And we only took what we needed. My mother canned the whitefish. We never smoked, but I would have loved to. That's why I built myself, hopefully doing some smoking this summer for fish. And this is more night. It's always night. They used to put a flame, a torch, but later on was a, what do you call that? You know this thing here. I can't see it.
Lantern.
French. Anyways, so and you could see the breath in November, and it was really cold. And my dad would the boat would be backwards, so that my dad could stand up with the dip net, and we had to sneak up onto the fish, and because the whitefish didn't like light, so we had to really go really slowly and make sure we had an aluminum boat. So every time you hit you had to make sure you didn't have to hit too hard because the fish would hear it. So we had a pole in the back and rows and no motor, if you notice. So we had to take our time around the shoreline and fish the fish. And it was really, really cold. But usually we weren't 3 in a boat. We were 2. But here I had to show that there's also brothers. So everybody asked me who's who. It says, well, that's me in the middle. So my 2 brothers, well, they have to fight who is there. So I don't care who, but it represents them. So because I could put 4. Yeah. So my dad taught us this tradition, and I would like to bring that back. I've talked to a few elders, not a few, but one elder. He said, you know what, write a letter to the ministry and say this was your tradition. ask permission, and the permission will have to come from the minister himself. It's not the ministry here, the game wardens. So it's in my plans, but there's so much stuff going on right now. It's on my to-do list, but not right now. But I always, November comes over, you know, that first little crisp air, the smell of snow almost. That's where I want to go out there and do some white fishing, but I can't at this point. But it's fun. It was a family thing, and it was truly traditional. And sadly, it has disappeared. So I probably think we were the last ones on that lake doing this. So, but people didn't understand this. Why were you do this? You know, why were you? But it fed us. Like my mother would do. She was really a churchgoer. She was raised Catholic, and there was funerals or weddings, whatever. And sometimes with a picnic, church picnic, she would make sandwiches, right? And they always says, "Oh, Jackie, can you make your salmon sandwiches?" Sure. So she would add a bit of ketchup and the whitefish. It looked like salmon. Everybody would thought it was salmon, but all that time was whitefish. So
That's a beautiful, beautiful story. I don't know how much time we have left, but we'll do another song.
Yeah.
Have some fun. And like I said, this is the good thing about it. When we're around drums, guys, we struggled on what to talk about on the way up. You know what I mean? And I think this is the best way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Do what we would do when we were sitting here,
Yeah.
or sitting in the backyard, or sitting at the
Yes.
park, or sitting with, if we were lucky enough, with an elder today, and talking and learning and laughing and asking those questions, and saying, why does this? Why is the cedar here? Or sorry, why is the sweetgrass here? Why is the cedar there? You know, the animals are different on this drum, and some of the elders explaining, well, that's the way we were told on this one. You know, some people say the buffalo's there, but it's accepting.
Mm-hmm. You
You know what I mean? As without judging, taking what you need and leaving what you don't. Eh?
And having that it's you're. I like when once I don't know who said that. He said you're at the drum with every drummer, but actually you're with the drum. If there's 12 drummers, it's your connection with the drum, and the connection with the other drummers come as well.
Oh, yeah.
But the first connection is with yourself. And what? Go ahead.
One of my favorite things, like you just said, is that connection. You know, when we go to the powwows and or we go to especially when you have an event. I shouldn't even use the word powwow. Let's say we're doing something for the community-based stuff. Somebody always stays with that drum.
Mm-hmm.
There's one person, like I stay with it as much as I can. But let's say I want to go and look at the vendors, or I want to go get something. Chris will stay there, or Dennis, or Sebastian, or Josh, who's ever there. Dorian, like we'll pick somebody that'll stay
Yep.
at that drum. You know what I mean? Just to stay and take care of it. And what's your reason behind that?
Well, it's to have that intimate time with the drum, to speak to the drum. I've taken powwows. We went to not long ago there with Brother Dave, North Bay.
North Bay,
Yeah.
this one, yeah.
And I sat, the boys went off, but I'm the one who sat at the drum all the time. I needed that connection with the drum. So I might choose to say, okay guys, I'll always stay there, because it's that time. And there was one, I drummed from a wedding anniversary, and usually you don't take pictures of the drum or whatever, but they didn't know. So there's one picture of me like this, and my hands were like this, and I had this little moment before starting drumming. Someone took a picture, I didn't know. And they asked me, what were you doing? I said, usually don't publish that picture, because I was praying. So I had that time, I take that time before opening the drum. Sometimes it's rushed, like today was just, we wanted to get really quickly, but my mind was set to the drum. When you asked me this morning, I cleaned even cleaning my studio was preparing for this event. And it's, you're having a guest, you're opening the drum, you're having your grandmother over, you want to clean house, you want to clean studio.
I agree.
So it's a ritual, everything's a ritual, everything's ceremonial. So I was all ready, and I was texting Trevor, are you guys ready? Because I just wanted to do this, so with being with the drums. It's an honor. It's to be an honor and honoring.
It is, Sab, and it's like, I remember after drumming with Big Wind at that powwow, and that elder calling, and I shouldn't use the person calling me that knowledge keeper, whatever, that gifted me this drum. He had a different journey he was going on. This drum was sitting with him for about a decade, or maybe more. I think he told me it was over a decade. And and he wanted to go to somebody, and he said, I like the way you are with youth and with the young men, and you know what I mean, and this'll help you on there. And that's why this drum came to me, and it came from a drum maker named Little Badger, from, you know, pretty much the Cherokee Nation, you know what I mean. But it's over here now, and it's nice to know the story and look up Little Badger and find out he's retired now from making drums. Like he stopped making them, but all these drums that he made were from trees that were fallen and stuff like that, or, you know, reconditioned wood. And the way he explained it all on his page, and when I called over there, you know, it's nice to know that there's a whole story about this drum, and it'll take me an hour to do it. I don't want to get into it, but it's knowing that this drum is being used now, and I try to do it in a good way. Is what it, you know? Does that make sense?
Yeah. And this drum as well has a story. Even the legs, the support has a story, and it's an amazing story. This one has a very long story. It has a journey. This drum has journeyed.
And you know what, Sab? Every time I look at that drum, it reminds me when those staffs were on Big Wind. That's where they originated from. Mm-hmm. They originated off a bigger drum. They were cut shorter because Big Wind is quite a big, yeah. I meant not shorter this way, but
the width,
the width, yeah.
Yeah.
And on that note, we're going to sing another song we were talking about earlier, and it's the Eagle Song. And when Sab's, I believe it was your uncle that passed away, eh? We came over here and we sung that for your aunt. Not at the funeral.
No, at her place, yeah.
At her place, yeah.
Break, yeah.
And it was nice, yeah.
Yeah.
So. We have fun with this one, eh? I think we have fun with every one of them. And I love that song. I love that noise, guys. Heartbeat of Mother Earth, eh?
It's beautiful to hear them together, eh?
It is, yeah. This was meant to be today. Thank you so much, Sam.
They have the same beat, the same sound today.
Yeah. You know what? I really think that these drums cry for one another, eh? We went to the powwow up in where was it last year? Was it? It doesn't. Where the drums had to stay out all night. It was Temiskaming, I think it was. Yeah, the visit. Yeah, and it's quite the honor to leave them out overnight, and the firekeeper and everybody watches them, and these drums all get to visit and stay out.
Nice. Whew, that brings a lot of good memories. Ooh,
And that
strong
brings
ones.
us to, why we're here.
Yep.
It's not about us. It's about, and I'm looking forward to in the next couple of years. My sons came to quite a few things with me in the past, and now my oldest boy is starting to pull towards it. And we're talking about him dancing because he's a beautiful dancer, and it all comes from this. You know what I mean? I believe that when we sit in this circle, you know what I mean? It humbles us, and we become. My heart feels good today. I'm smiling. I feel like going home and working, and it's part of it. When I put out tobacco this morning, Sab, I put the tobacco out and I said, make this nice. Make this good for my family. You know what I mean? I'm proud of him. This is my boy that's doing this thing, a virtual thing during these times of COVID. To bring people together, not to brag about what they do, but to help everybody.
Yep.
Yoga and meditation.
It's what we need right now.
Positive, as as brothers.
Yeah.
Brothers and sisters, you know what I mean? Because one thing I miss is those women standing around us singing, you know what I mean? How did that feel, that first powwow? Remember when that other drum came over and supported us during the... I carry a flag into the powwow for my community, so I was carrying my flag in. And there was only the three is at the drum. You, Chris, and...
Dave.
No. There was four. There was Dave, you, Dennis,
Yes.
and Chris, eh?
Yes. Yeah.
There was 4 years, and I left. And I remember all those men jumping on that drum. I was so proud for that song, for that flag song. And I was carrying in that flag. And the women, remember, they came around? And I seen you just lighting right up. How did that feel?
It's amazing. And I had another experience in Kittigan-Zibi. First time Kittigan-Zibi. And I tell you, sometimes it's us drumming, but there's something more.
Oh, yeah.
There's a spirit there, and they sometimes I tell you, they know they can be in you and actually participate with you with the drum. I know it's really, and that's the feeling I always get with the drum, and it brings you to another mental level, like, and just hearing again the two drums together, because they really have different beat, they really have different sound, and today they have exactly the same sound. Just that is for me is. And for the first time I drummed, it's cried. I cried.
And one of the fun things, guys, too, is when we get to these, whether it's a small gathering, a powwow, whatever we're going to, and they have the fire going, and we bring our drums over to the fire, and we smudge, and we bring everything to the fire, and the firekeeper comes out and smudges all our stuff, and our flag, whatever we're bringing in, our kits and all that. Sometimes we have to warm and it's the conversation that we have with the other drummers, and the women especially, coming inside there and speaking with us, are standing in that lineup with them, and they come up, and as soon as those women come, we all step aside, no matter, even when we're waiting 20 minutes, because it's out of respect, because the women are so important, eh? Like they're their mother, they're why we're here. That's why this heartbeat is here, for the respect of those beautiful women. And I remember the one time we were waiting, and then another two came, and we stepped aside. They're like, "Thank you," and we're like, "No, thank you." It was the honor of having, but getting back to getting under there, and then the conversations we have under there, and shaking those hands with those people under the. There's always been a story.
There's always been a story, and it's just like when you're first comer to the drum, under the arbor at the powwows or any gathering, you're the new kid on the block, right? Everybody's looking at you, and everybody loves. There's no differentiation. They're just like, "Ooh, this is the dude guy." And once you go back the second time or the third time, and then you get invited to the other drum, that feels so much. And then the second time, and then they say hello, and everybody's like, so that fraternity, that connection, that brotherhood, that sisterhood is so important at the drum.
No, it is. And I think we're pretty much out of time, hey guys? I think we have about 15 minutes left, 10 minutes.
Okay.
It's it always goes so quick. But one thing I would like to thank is, all the knowledge and elders out there that pass this stuff on. The little bit that me and Sebastian know is an honor to be gifted to us. We'll be forever students as long as you'll have us. I always try to say that, and I look forward, and it's a sad year with these powwows not going on. And, with this COVID, but we'll drum from afar. There's been social distance powwowing online. The first thing you want to do is hug and kiss.
Yep.
and say all that wonderful stuff.
Not sure kissing you though.
Yeah. But
I
you
know
know,
that. I'm just joking.
but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not. I'm gonna ask my friend to tell me when we're getting close to that last minute. We'll do our drum song on the way out while he shuts us off, because there'll be somebody coming on right after us.
Okay.
The way this goes on is we only got an hour, and then I believe it is, and then a little bit of talking. So when he gives us that last 2-minute cue, we'll go into our last song.
Perfect.
But how do you feel about that, Sab? About, and if there's anybody out there that needs virtual drumming or wants to come to any of the drumming fun stuff, contact Sab or myself, and we'll gladly direct you. This is just an introductory, to tell people this. The right drum teaching, we'd have an elder sitting probably at the head of us and explaining the other stuff, and we'd just do what they said. You know what I mean? There's so many wonderful people out there we can bring for these things. We just wanted to bring why this heartbeat.
It's that feeling and it's that connection, and it's when I first went to a powwow and you're going down towards a gathering and you hear the drums, it's calling you, and it's coming home.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's coming home. When we used to drum once a week, I miss it, and I need it. It's needs to be drum. I need
It needs to be.
And the connection is very spiritual. It's very healing as well, because sometimes we do gather and share. It's the only time sometimes we can share things, and sometimes they're just men around the drum, and that connection is very important.
They're live, Sam.
Yeah.
This is a living thing.
Yeah.
I believe that right to my soul. The other night when I left that out in the moonlight for the full moon, I brought all my stuff out, the pipe, the drum, my hand drum over here, the feathers. I put it so the moonlight would come underneath, but there was a deck, of course. I was worried about snow. It's unpredictable weather right now.
Yeah.
And I left them out overnight in that moonlight to get that, to draw that energy in. From which moon are we in now? The flower moon, I believe it is. It's called the flower moon. May. May is the flower moon.
May. I don't know. Sometimes it's sucker moon.
Okay.
I don't.
I-
Depends.
I-
Depends.
Yeah, no, different teachings. I'm pretty sure, the flower moon we call it. And so during the flower moon, the time when stuff grows, it felt right to bring it out because we didn't have a time to feast these drums. But in the next couple of weeks, we'll get together and we'll get them feasted. And we'll have some fun. It's like I said, it's an honor to be able to carry this drum. We don't own these drums.
Nope.
We don't own these drums at all. At any time, an elder, if we were doing it the wrong way, if they came to me and threw a blanket on this drum and said it has to go somewhere else, I'd respect that. I'd hope that they would give me the chance to receive it again.
Mm-hmm.
But if it ever had to go, I would understand.
And there's a whole protocol around that, So there's a whole protocol of an elder,
Oh yeah.
So it has to be a really recognized elder within the community. So it's a learning, like you said. It's not, we don't own them. We have the responsibility, and it's really hard. For me, it's a beautiful experience. It's a beautiful responsibility, but it is a humongous responsibility. Like it's a spirit. It's a person. I say person because it's easier to see it as.
Yeah. When I explain to the kids when I'm the new coordinator up in North Hastings, and I'm very proud of that position. I don't know if I deserve it, but I humbly took it to try to do it. And I try to tell the kids, the youth, I should say, when I have the hand drum or whatever, I say, this is a living spirit. What do you see in here? And they say, skin. Where did that come from? I say, the four-legged. The tree, the tree lives in the ground. The four-legged, that's all been gifted. The spirit of that lives in there.
Mm-hmm.
And they say, some of them don't, and I try to explain about ashes. Like your grandfather, some people get cremated. You believe there's a spirit in there. There's a spirit in here. And the elements, the heat, the sun, everything that comes with this. It never stops. So, and then there's the Thunderbird drums, which is totally different, which I don't want to get into because we'll get the right speaker one day if he wants to talk about it, like Barry, those honorable men that have those good teachings about that, those powerful drums that you sit at, that a whole other story with them,
And also to be a drum, to learn to be a drum keeper, or to be responsible of a drum. is to go to the powwows, is to journey, do that journey, you know. And it's not a sacrifice. A lot of people say it's a sacrifice. It's not a sacrifice because you have that duty.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's a powwow and if I can't go, it's because really something really stops me of doing responsibilities. But the other responsibilities, parenting, spouse, but you gotta go and learn. It's not something you don't learn just having it. You really gotta go out and learn, and that's what I really appreciate going and listening and sharing all these people. So.
Yeah, you know, and Sab hit it right on the head there. It's the journey. Last year we went to this one in the park, All Nations, and we ended up staying at a motel. And there was the last room that wasn't done. It looked like it belonged in an old movie. Remember the dolls and the Bibles? They were sitting there, do. But it's those memories.
Yep.
And it's a memory of when my son Dorian came to me at about 6 years old at Chapleau, I believe it was, up north, and he ran over to me and Kim, and he said, the boys, I don't know if Dorian will remember this, he had his long hair, and he said, everybody knows here I'm a boy. In Pembroke, they would tease him a bit about his hair, his long hair, but it was nice that everybody knew. And when he came and told me that, it showed me that the different acceptance, it's getting better now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But
Yep.
it's the acceptance. You
Yep.
know what I mean? And it's all about the drum. So I think we got a couple minutes left, guys. So as we sign off, it'd be an honor to sing. We call it the Get Up and Go song, Sab's favorite song. I mess it up in the middle sometimes because I don't sing it enough. I sing it. There's another way. Dave sings it a little bit, so I'll follow Sab on this one, and we'll sing yous out, guys. And from myself,
And
Sab?
yes.
it's Miigwech.
Miigwech, yes. And
Miigwech,
thank you
right.
for being here in Campbell's Bay in my studio. It's a truly honor having you here and to show you what I do and having Trevor and the wellness conference. For me, it really means a lot. So I'm humble as well, and wow, I can't. There's no words that can express it.
You know what? Deep Ears Productions. It's a production company, but I'm not saying it just because it's my son. He does it from here.
Yeah.
There's a difference between doing it for this, which he needs is money as well, but he does it for the heart. So, as we drum out, thank you, Dorian, for bringing this to the people for free. And Miigwech, Sab, I love you. Let's go. You lead. You remember to lead. You're out.
Hey!
Okay, so thank you everybody for joining us for the first morning of our event, our first two workshops of the day. We're all just going to go on a lunch break, and we will be back for 1 o'clock. And for everybody who's watching on Facebook, the live stream is going to be ended there for just a few minutes and then restarted. But if you're streaming on any other platform, you won't get disconnected. So if you're streaming on Facebook, you'll get disconnected and you'll have to reconnect to the new stream. But again, thank you everybody for joining, and I'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Virtual Wellness Conference. We had a really, really great morning of workshops, and I'm super excited for the afternoon. And we're going to be starting it off right away, right now, with Kristen Glowa. And I'll just pass it right over to her.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dorian. And thanks so much for asking me to do this. My name is Kristen Glowa. I am a fitness instructor and dance instructor, and also a personal trainer. So my philosophy is we should all have fun, play a lot, and rest and relax even more. But for the next about 40 minutes, we are going to play, getting our stress out by kicking and punching, and moving and getting those endorphins going so we feel really good. We are going to be doing some martial arts inspired fitness class. You don't have to be a martial artist or a kickboxer to do this. I want you to work at your own pace. You take breaks when you need to, modify when you need to. You don't need any equipment. You can do this with runners on or no runners. Do what you can. If it hurts, don't do it. Simple as that. If you need a rest, take a rest. Grab some water whenever you need to, and just have fun with it. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to do everything I'm doing, but just keep moving. So I'm gonna stand up here. Welcome to my dining room and kitchen, my not as messy as usual dining room and kitchen. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna start with a warm up where we'll learn, I hope everyone can still hear me, I'm so far away. We'll learn some basic punches and kicks. And here we go. I'm gonna keep the music really low during the warm up just so you can hear me. All right, so our basic stance here is feet are shoulder width apart. We've got our arms up in guard, our hands in nice fists here, and everything is engaged, our muscles. We're not just kind of standing here like this, but you can if you want to. That feels good, do that. But everything's just kind of tight, but you're still breathing. Our knees are a little bit bent. We're nice and loose. And basically, I'm going to just show you some regular punches. Punch you forward. You probably have done that at some point in your life. The important thing about punching is you're never going to straighten your arm completely. You're just going to go out and in. It's a little bit bent, just so it's okay on your joints. Same thing with any kick. You're going to bring your knee up and kick, but you're never going to really straighten way out. You're never going to hold it out. You're going to bring it back in nice and fast. Oh, I think my head's cut off. There we go. All right, so we're going to start in this parallel stance. Now we're just gonna move back and forth on our feet. So this is kind of a low impact move. If you want to, you can take it a little bit higher. Call it a boxing bounce. All right, we're just gonna try some of those punches. These ones are just gonna be nice and smooth. We're not gonna strike fast and snatch back. We'll do that later. So this is what the punches are looking like right now. But when we get into our combinations, it's going to be that sort of thing, if you want to, if you can. All right, so that is the regular jab cross punches. We also have uppercut punches. So we're coming from below and hitting our opponent, which is whatever is causing stress in your life right now. Yes, I'm hitting the virus right there underneath its chin. So that is our uppercut punch. Again, you don't have to do it perfectly. You just move, think about what you're trying to fight, and just punch it out. Next punch is a hook punch. So we're coming at our cheek level, stopping right where our cheek or our head is. We also have elbows So like a hook, only we're keeping our fist next to our shoulder, and we're going to use our elbow to hit that stressful item. And that way too, we're using our biceps. All right, back to that bounce. We've got lots of kicks too. We've got our front kicks. We've got our side kicks. We'll do a few slow, low side kicks here. You'll notice with every kick, your knee comes up first. And we've also got back kicks. So knee comes up, and we're kicking to the back. There's a few other kicks as well that I'll show you during the combinations. We'll keep our legs moving now. Let's just punch our arms straight up and out. Get the blood flowing. So basically the workout is 3 rounds of 5 different combinations on each side. And then we have a little bonus round with some fun little exercises. So you don't need to go down, you don't need a mat, nothing like that. I will be timing us. Here we go. Just getting my timer ready. So 45 seconds on each side. For our combat stance, we've got one foot. Take your right foot a little bit in front of your other foot. We're still in our nice guard arms here. One arm, your right arm is a little bit in front of your other arm. So when you punch, you're punching here, and when you're doing a backhand punch, you're twisting just a little bit, your whole body. So it's not you don't need to twist your back. You just turn, and if you can, you'll see my back foot is pivoting. So you can do that as well, if you want to. Otherwise, just do whatever you want. All right, so here we go. Start it. I'm going to try to keep the music low. You may not be able to hear it. You can always play your own music if you want to. Our first combination, so here we are, nice and loose in our combat stance. Our first combination is only 3 punches. Jab, cross, uppercut. So it looks like jab, cross, up. Jab, cross, up. Jab, cross, and up. That's it. That's all we're doing for 45 seconds. So depending on your fitness level, you can get your whole body into it. Or you can just do what you can do. That little beat means we're going to the other side. Here we go. Ready? And jab, cross, up. Jab, cross, up. 1, 2, 3. Whoop! I totally messed that one up. That's okay. If you mess it up, just keep moving. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Jab, cross, up. Good job. Moving to the other side. Combination number 2. Front kick, side kick. Our front kick. We're going to bring our foot in. Lift and kick. Return to stance. Bring the foot in. Lift and kick. Return to stance. Or just kick front and side if that's too complicated. All right. Here we go. Step kick front. Step kick side. And front. And side. Those arms are still engaged. Abs always engaged, but make sure you can still breathe. And if you like, cheek muscles engaged too in that smile. Good. Other side. Ready? And step kick front. Step kick side. You may just notice too, I'm breathing out as I kick. That's That's making my stomach work harder. And giving more power to my kick. Remember, you're striking fast and snatching back. Good. Next up, we're gonna learn the roundhouse kick. I love the roundhouse kick. What we're gonna do is just start with the basic beginning of the kick. We bring our foot in and we raise up. That's it. Up. We're also working our outer thigh here. The roundhouse kick. Eventually here, we are going to be kicking with our shoelaces. So it looks like that. So when you think you've got it, change over to the actual kick. Also working obliques right there. Squeezing. Other side. So we're just going to start with that little beginning part of this kick again. So slide it up. When you're ready, you can add that kick in. You don't have to be up high. You can do little kicks like this. That's okay. You can turn it into a dance. That's totally fine too. Just move whatever you like to do. Good. Other side. We're gonna do an attack and a punch and a retreat and a block. So the blocks, just like the punches, strike and bring it back. So here we go. Ready and attack, punch, retreat, and block. Attack, punch, retreat, and block. Now you can stay here, or you can speed it up. Looks like this. You attack with the punch, block with the retreat. Good, other side. We're gonna go slow again to begin with. Ready, and it's an attack, punch, retreat, and block. Attack, punch, retreat, block. If you're ready, next time, we'll make it fast. So attack and block. Good job. That's our first round already. You can take a break. Breaks are as important as the workout. We want to bring our heart rate up a bit or a lot, depending on your fitness level. And then we want to bring it down a little bit. Then we'll bring it back up a bit, and your body will be saying, wow, what's going on here? I'm going crazy, and then I'm not. Then I'm crazy, and then I'm not. And it's great for your heart, because we're working our heart muscle here, and we're also working every other muscle in the body without even knowing it. So we're going to get ready for round 2 now. All right. So we're going to do some elbows for this one. This is what it looks like. We're going to do one elbow, hook elbow, and a down elbow. So we're striking down with that elbow, using our biceps here. All right. Ready, and elbow, and down. So you'll notice I'm going down into a lunge. You don't have to. You can move a little bit like this, that's fine. Or bring it right down. If you do happen to like high impact, you can always try to jump in. Good, other side. Ready, and elbow down. There we go. Next up, push kicks and front kicks. A push kick is different from a front kick because we are going to kick with a flexed foot. It's like we're closing the door, coming back, and then we'll do a front kick with that pointed toe. So alternating. Ready, and step push kick, step front kick. If you want to on that push kick, you can lean back a little bit. If you want to get that foot up higher, you can keep everything low. That's good too. Good, other side. Ready, and step push kick. Step front kick. Ten more seconds on this one. Excellent, other side. It's a hot day. I'm sweating. I hope you're sweating. Here we go. We're gonna do 2 uppercuts and a back kick. So we've got an uppercut punch, up, step kick back. So join in when you got it. You don't have to go as fast as I'm going, or you can go faster than I'm going if you want to. This is your workout. Everybody has different bodies and different minds, and you get to do what you want to do. Other side. Ready, and up, up, step kick back. One, two, three. 1, 2, and kick. If you get dizzy looking back, keep your head forward. Other side. All right, we are on to a brawl punch with the front knee. A brawl punch, you're stepping forward, punching down. We don't want to round our backs here. Just as far as you can lean down, that's it. So what we're gonna do, brawl punch, and then we're gonna knee. So it's punch, knee. The knee is different from an aerobics knee in that you are really pulling hard, same as every punch and every kick, fast. And your abs are working there. Other side. Sometimes it's hard to reverse the brain. All right, ready, and step front punch, knee. That knee, we're reaching up, pulling down whatever's causing you stress, and giving it a good knee. Excellent. That's our second round already done. So keep your legs moving. We're going to start round 3 in just a few seconds. Keep breathing fully. So yes, third round, you can grab water if you need it. So our first combination for round 3 is going to be a hook, uppercut, and an outside block. So we're doing a hook, an uppercut, and then we're blocking. So we're bringing it in and block. And then we come back to guard as fast as we can. All right, here we go. Good. I don't know why we're on. Okay, there we go. We're on timer again, just so I don't do too much on one side. All right, hook, uppercut, block. Ready, and hook, up, block, hook, up, block. I'm total. All right, hook, up, and block, hook, up. That's what happens when you think about the next thing you're supposed to do. Block, hook, up, block. Excellent. Other side. Ready, and hook, up, block, hook, up, block. Excellent. One of my favorite kicks now, a back leg front kick. We're doing a kick, a tap, and return. If that tap return isn't working for you, just kick. That's all you have to do. So it's like this, kick, tap, return. And depending on your floor surface, it may be hard to pivot for you. I got a little bit of resistance here. Good. I'll strengthening our ankles too. Other side. Ready, and kick, tap, return. Remember, you can just do kick, return if you want to. That's okay. Excellent, love that kick. Next up, 2 knees, front kick, back kick, but no step with the kick. So it goes knee, knee, front kick, back. 1, 2, kick, back. So here's our aerobic kicks. That's fine. If you like that, bop into the beat. That's okay. Or turn it into combat. Excellent. Another fun kick. Crescent kick. All right, crescent kick. The front foot comes around in a crescent. You can be low. That's okay too. Watch that knee. If it hurts your knee, just kick front. That's it. So we're going to do a crescent kick with a little bounce. So you can either bounce, or you can bounce, or you can bounce, whatever your bounce is. All right. Ready? And let's kick, bounce. This is one of the harder kicks, especially to go fast. You can go low. You can do a little one. That's okay. We didn't do enough of this side, so I'm going to continue on. Two more. Last one. Changing sides. Ready? And kick, bounce. Kick, bounce. Make sure I don't kick my dining room table. I don't think I'd win. Remember, you can go low. All right, other side. I keep saying, these are my favorite kicks. Here's another one of my favorite kicks. Gladiator kick. If you grew up in the 80s like me, you'll know from Karate Kid, that's that one where you take a knee up, you switch to the other leg, and you kick front. I think he did something like this, right? We're not gonna do that. We're gonna stay in combat. If you can't do it fast, you're just gonna go knee kick. This is the low impact. This is the faster. Knee kick. Knee kick. Really using your abs here. That's what is leading that switch from the knee to the kick. So this is a little bit high impact. So again, if you need to, knee and kick. Low impact. All right, we're changing to the other side. Ready, and knee kick. Or knee kick. This is it for round 3. So work hard, get your heart rate up. We'll have one last break, and then we'll do our bonus round. There we go. Woo! All right, keep those legs moving. We're gonna do a bonus. Grab water if you need it. So for the bonus round, we're going to be in parallel stance, nice loose knees, just doing alternating. We were not switching from side to side. We're just doing things right here. So the first thing we're going to do is a speed bag, a nice teardrop bag. We're going to start with a slow first. All right, just going to start our timer here. All right, so we're doing little double punches on that speed bag. I never use a real speed bag. I feel like it's going to hit my face every time. Bad enough with my fist. If you want to take this faster, take it faster. If you want your speed bag to be lower and work your quads, take it lower. Go hard. Really working those arms. Keep the shoulders down. Everything's relaxed. Again, you can stick with the doubles, if you want to. Last few seconds here. Next up is a jiu-jitsu move. It is called a shoot. We're gonna lunge forward, take a double hook, and come back. I'm not a violent person, but or aggressive. But if you want to think about what this is about, is we are grabbing our opponent around the knees and pulling their feet out from under them. I have a giant or a lot taller of an opponent because I'm not going all the way down. You go down as far as you can go. Excellent. Backhand elbows. So, backhand. Working those triceps. That's what I love about this workout. I call it kickboxing, but it's actually a combination of about 8 different martial arts modified to make it a fitness class. We are working every muscle in our body, our abs, our back, legs, of course, arms, and cardio, and we don't even really quite know it. All right, karate. Here's our karate stance. We're just gonna squeeze the shoulder blades together, work the back, and we're gonna do karate punches. This is different than regular punches because we're not snatching back until the other arm goes. Every time you bring your arm back, squeeze the back muscles, both sides. One of the few exercise classes where you're using your muscles in both directions. You're using them concentrically and eccentrically, but you're stopping your muscle from continuing. So we can do this. That's going to work our muscles in one way, but we can do this and work them in both directions. More karate, rising block. So we're in our stance. Our knees are bent. They're pretty wide. We're going to rise up and block. Move up. You can see my arm. The arm, you will always want to be able to see your arm. You're not taking it out there. Pulling that fist back to your ribs every time. All right. One of my favorite punches. You're gonna fake it with your shoulder, and then you're really gonna punch. So fake, punch. Turn so you can see that a little bit better, maybe. Good. We're gonna do 2 kicks and then a duck. So we're just kicking front, front, duck. 1, 2, duck. All right, big combination of punches. We're gonna go jab, cross, hook, hook, up, 2. jab, cross, hook, hook, up, 2. And because I can't stop myself from dancing a little bit to the music, I'm just going back and forth here. Excellent. Our last move, we're gonna do a superhero punch. We're all superheroes, especially in this day and age, and a shuffle back. So what it looks like is punch, shuffle back, punch, shuffle back. I'm gonna go a little bit slower, and I'll start a timer. Ready, and punch, shuffle, 2, 3, 4. Punch, shuffle. Apparently my floor is squeaky clean. I can't shuffle back very easily. Or you can walk back. Or just lunge for low impact. Excellent. Okay, so that is our workout bit, but we also have a little bit of a cool down now and stretching out. Stretching so important. We work those muscles, they're tight, and also the blood is running through our legs. Lactic acid may set in. Cooling down and stretching is going to use up that lactic acid, so you won't be as sore. And because your muscles have tightened up, we just want to stretch them out a little bit so that you come out of your exercise as flexible as you are coming in. If you want to be more flexible, you'll need to stretch for a longer time. All right, just gonna put some cool down music on here. We're gonna do a nice little slow kata. All right. Gonna start with our arms crossed here. You can move however you want to or however you need. If your heart rate is still high, you want to keep moving. What we're going to do is we're going to breathe in. And when we breathe out, we're just going to press. So we're breathing in and press. Think about what an amazing job you have done in your workout. Hopefully those endorphins are going through your blood and you're feeling good. So important to just move, just walk, just move a little bit, however you like to move. Excellent, and we're gonna do some stretching here. Just gonna take a deep breath in, cross that one arm across our chest, hold on to that elbow, and just feel the shoulder stretching. You don't wanna be up here, just rest into it. You're relaxing the muscle that you're stretching so it can stretch. So you don't wanna hold it tight, take the tension into your supporting arm and stretch. You never wanna feel pain in a stretch. You just want to feel a little bit of a stretch, and sometimes you can deepen it once you've been stretching for a while, but you don't want to stretch it to the point of pain. Deep breath in, other side. If your heart rate's still up, you can still keep moving your legs. Good. Nice wide arms again. We're going to go into a flat back. Deep breath in. We're coming down just a little bit. Doesn't have to be 90 degrees. If you need to bend your knees a little bit, that's okay. We're just feeling a stretch in the back of your legs, not to pain. This might be your stretch right here. Still breathing. Good. We're gonna lunge over to one side. We're sticking our butts back till we feel a stretch, mainly in the inner thigh, some other parts of our legs as well. This might be your stretch. This might be your stretch. This might be your stretch. However flexible you are, again, without pain. Good. We're gonna go over to the other side. Good. Turning this time into a calf stretch. We're going to press that heel down toward the ground. It doesn't have to meet the ground. And you're going to keep that toe pointing straight forward. Good. Turning over to the other side for our calf stretch. Nice open chest here. Excellent. We're going to bend that knee down now. Tilt the pelvis a bit until we feel a stretch in our hip flexor and down the front of our leg. Good. Turning to the other side. Same stretch. Tilting that pelvis only till you feel a stretch. Excellent. We're going to take a deep breath in. Arms coming forward, clasping, turning, and just rounding the back. A little round here. I like to do a little figure 8 move here because it feels good. Do what feels good. Good. Another deep breath in. Taking those arms to the back. If you can clasp, do that. Otherwise, just keep them open. We're going to open up our chest, open our hearts out to the world here. And if you can stretch a little bit further. Excellent. Release. We're just going to twist a little bit if twisting is okay with your back. Back and forth. Good. And another side stretch. Arm up, not hitting the chandelier. And stretching up and over. Shoulders down, neck long. And other side. Woo. Got my chandelier again. And return. A few last deep breaths in here. Do a deep breath in. Expanding the lungs, crossing our arms up here, and then blow it all out. 2 more. And all the way out. Last one. And blow it out. And take your fist to palm, your fist to your heart. You've done a great job. I feel like now that I can go out and do so much with the rest of my day, like, you know, the next workshops coming up, which I found to be fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me. And yeah, just keep moving when you feel stressed, when you don't feel like exercising or doing anything. That's probably the time when you should exercise and move. Thanks for joining me, and I'll see you at the other workshops. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen, for joining us. And I will.
Thank you.
So we have our next workshop in about 15 minutes. So we're just going to take a really quick break so that we can get the next person connected. And we will see you all back for the workshop with Jane Wood. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.
So, hello everybody, and welcome back. It is now our fourth workshop of the day today, and I'm super happy to introduce to you all Jane Wood, who's going to be doing a introduction to mindfulness workshop. So, Jane.
All right, perfect. Thanks, Dorian. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this afternoon's session. I've been watching online how this conference has been going, and it looks amazing. So first of all, I want to thank Dorian and DM Pierce Productions for putting on this amazing workshop for us during these really weird, strange, and crazy times. So, like Dorian said, my name is Jane Wood. I am a nutritionist and a mindfulness practitioner. I have a company called Nourish the Moment, and I practice locally in Pembroke at the Lavallee Health Center. So I'm part of that team, which is a multidisciplinary clinic here in Pembroke. And so today I was asked by Dorian if I would share with you some mindfulness stuff and what it is, what it isn't, and to kind of go through, dispel some myths and kind of talk to you about what it would be like to start a mindfulness practice and what exactly is that. So first of all, I think it's really important that I share with you my story. So I am a Canadian Forces veteran. I deployed to Afghanistan in 2006. And when I came back from my tour, I was definitely experiencing life much differently than before I went on tour, and went to get some help from the doctor, and I was diagnosed with a post-traumatic stress injury, also known as an operational stress injury. So very long name for basically I was diagnosed with depression. So contributed to my tour in Afghanistan. And so like most Western medicines and practitioners, I was placed on medication and I started to attend psychotherapy. And really that didn't seem to change much in my life. I had some periods of ups and downs. And we got posted to Petawawa in 2008. And in 2010, I applied to and was accepted to the Special Forces unit here in Petawawa. And we had the privilege of having a on-site unit psychotherapist, and happens to be the owner of the Ottawa Mindfulness Clinic. And he suggested to me that maybe I start incorporating some mindfulness techniques into my my regime, my routine, my treatment plan. And I have to be honest that I was really not keen to do that at first. I was not open to it, and mostly because I was really one of two things. I am a healthcare practitioner. My background is dietetics, and I was very much a believer in like very prescribed medicine. So that was kind of how I practiced. That was definitely how I secured things in my life. That's how I looked at seeking out help. And of course, I joined an organization where it's pretty rigid as well on the healthcare interventions that we give to our soldiers. And so when my therapist suggested I do mindfulness, I was very much not open to an alternative practice and kind of went with resistance. And so I did an 8-week course there, and I have to say that at the end of 8 weeks, my life changed dramatically. And after that, I had to learn to teach this, to share this with people. So I started out originally working with Canadian Forces members and veterans. And in 2012, I decided that the military was no longer a career that supported my wellness. And I created my company that I have right now. And so I'm very much an alternative health practitioner now, and align myself with other practitioners who do that. And so mindfulness is a really cool therapy intervention that we can use to help manage stressful situations. So that's kind of how I got into mindfulness. And so basically, I want to, and I know it's kind of maybe challenging to make this an interactive session, because I'm basically just kind of talking into a Zoom screen right now, and not really sure who's watching or what have you. But I would encourage you that if you have a question, to post it in the live, whatever feed that you're watching this at, and Dorian will relay that question to me, and then I can answer as this goes along. There's a bit of a lag, so I will get to your questions as soon as I get them. So please feel free, if something I say comes up and you're like, I don't really understand what you're talking about, or you kind of want to dispel some myths or things that you heard, I would really love that feedback. So that would be helpful for me. So what I think is important is that my job is to first and foremost educate people on what mindfulness is and what it is not. And so when Dorian asked me to present today, I thought that this would be a great opportunity for me to educate our community on what mindfulness is, because it does get a lot of attention, a lot of buzz, in alternative field of wellness right now. And like others, and myself too, came to mindfulness with some pretty, strong prejudice and beliefs of what it is. And so I thought it was kind of hippy dippy, wearing linen, sitting on cushions with your legs crossed, meditating, chanting, all of that stuff. And my experience obviously is not that at all. So it's helpful to maybe kind of say what mindfulness is not first. So mindfulness is not a relaxation tool. And so I think that that's one of the biggest myths or misnomers that people come to mindfulness with, is that they're looking for a skill that's going to help them relax. And there are many things out there that we can use to do that. Like the first meditation that we did this morning was a beautiful way to engage relaxation. And so there's lots of meditations and skills out there to promote relaxation. But mindfulness is not a skill that's used to directly create relaxation. That might be a side effect, but sometimes it's also not. And it could be extremely upregulating when you're practicing mindfulness. And that's the whole point of mindfulness, is to be with whatever shows up. And so I'll get into what mindfulness is once I talk about what mindfulness isn't. Mindfulness also isn't meditation. So sometimes I get that, like meditation, I don't want to meditate. And so yes, mindfulness is a tool that's used in, meditation is a tool that's used in mindfulness, but that's not what mindfulness is. Meditation is not mindfulness. They're two separate things. So if we look at mindfulness as like an umbrella, meditation is one of the facets underneath that umbrella. The other thing that mindfulness is it's not something that's going to magically calm your mind. And so I get that a lot, especially from clients who I suggest or talk to or promote mindfulness to, is that, no, I can't practice mindfulness because my mind is too busy. And that's perfect. All of our minds are busy. That's what minds do. They think. That's the job of minds. Our eyes are designed to see. Our noses are designed to smell. Our minds are designed to think. But what can happen is when our thoughts become so overpowering that they take control of what's happening in our lives, that's when a mindfulness intervention may be very helpful for you. So it's not that we're learning to quiet the mind, although with practice, the mind becomes less busy. It's learning to pay attention to when your mind is engaged and wrapped up in those thoughts. So those are the three things that mostly people come to me and think that, oh, this is what mindfulness is, which it's not. The other thing is it's not therapy. Okay, so some people think that mindfulness is a therapy approach. It's not. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a registered psychotherapist. I am a nutritionist. And so mindfulness is and can be used by therapists. But what it's not is I'm not interested in learning about the situations and the life events that led you to maybe getting to the point where you're at, where you're not skillfully managing the stress in your life. It's taking where you are right now and creating the awareness and how to develop tools to meet that stress. So never ever do I talk about therapy, past, or trauma, and we deal with the things that are happening in the present moment. Okay, so that's what mindfulness isn't. So I'd love to tell you what mindfulness is. And so what I'm going to do, I see that Dorian's sending me a message, so I'm just going to hold out for a second to see if there's a question on what is happening in the past. So what I'll do while we're waiting, I'm going to give you the definition of mindfulness. So the definition of mindfulness is the awareness that arises when we pay attention in a particular way to the present moment without judgment. And so that sounds really complex. So I'll say it again. It's the awareness that arises when we pay attention in a particular way to the present moment without judgment. So it's very much an awareness skill. It's awareness technique to learn to bring your mind into the present moment. So it's nothing more than that. As my teacher from the Ottawa Mindfulness Clinic says, this is the easiest, hardest thing you're ever going to learn. And so it's as simple as that, is learning to pay attention to what's happening in the moment. And then the added piece is the without judgment. And so we'll get onto that after. So when we look at mindfulness, it can be broken down into three parts. The first part is the intention. So the intention is just like everything we do when we set out to do something in life. Okay, so if many of us have very successful jobs, some of us have gone on and did education, we've set out financial goals, we set out all of these things to do and achieve in our lives. That's essentially is an intention, right? Okay, so in mindfulness, we kind of break that down then, is that creating an intention with all of the actions that we're going to be doing so that we are doing them deliberately and not in autopilot. So autopilot is something that's very helpful for us, but it also can be detrimental to our well-being when we then go to autopilot all the time. And then we miss out on what's happening in the present moment. So the best example of autopilot that I can give is, have you ever driven somewhere and then asked yourself, how did I get through this part of my drive? Or you don't remember going through a certain intersection or a certain part of the stretch of the road or something like that. So that's when autopilot kicks in. And again, it's a useful tool, but in those situations can be quite dangerous. And so the intention is, what is it that you want to set out to do? And that can be multi-layered. It could be a life goal to something that today I want to just clean my home. So whatever it is, intention can be on many levels. The second part of mindfulness is the attention. So paying attention to what is actually happening as you move towards completing, fulfilling your intention. So that's the piece of mindfulness. That's the skill we learn, is to pay attention. And then the last part of mindfulness is your stance. And so by stance, we also call that your judgment. So what is it What belief do you have in that? And often we have an extremely judgmental mind, and it creates some conflict, right? So we're looking at that judgmental mind, trying to learn to soften it, trying to learn to approach it and shift it into more of a mind of curiosity. So looking at it from, oh, I shouldn't be doing this, to, isn't it interesting that when I'm in this situation, this is what I tend to do? So it's looking at it from that perspective. So those are the three aspects of mindfulness. And so how do we begin a mindfulness practice? So a mindfulness practice, let me go back on that. Not everyone is or should be practicing mindfulness. And so this is where it's important to make sure that when you're starting a mindfulness practice, or if you're working with a practitioner, that you always check your practitioner's credentials. Okay, so when you're working with regulated health professionals like registered massage therapists, doctors, physiotherapists, psychotherapists, and any other medical profession that's registered, you don't have to worry about or question their credentials, because they have a regulatory body that's monitoring them, and they have to conduct themselves in a way that is safe for the general population. So when we get into the realm of alternative wellness, alternative approaches to health, and we have non-registered healthcare providers, it is very important that you check their credentials prior to working with them, because working with someone's health is an honor and a privilege as a practitioner, and you want to make sure that that person is equipped to meet the needs and to meet whatever's going to come up when we work with clients. So I am not a licensed nutritionist. I'll get into that in I'm doing another talk tomorrow on mindful eating. I am a nutritionist. Nutritionists are not registered in the province of Ontario, so they're unregulated. And I'm a mindfulness teacher, which is also an unregulated profession. However, my credentials are, I studied for 2 years at the Ottawa Mindfulness Clinic under the supervision of 2 registered psychotherapists, and I have been put through their program and have been given the credentials to teach a mindfulness program. So that's important to know when you're choosing someone to work with, because mindfulness is such a buzzword right now. Everybody and anybody who has had some sort of experience may or can present themselves as a mindfulness expert. So just be cautious of that, especially right now. During this COVID time, I've noticed a lot, especially on my social media, courses that are coming up to provide education and training in becoming, healthcare providers. So just be aware of that. So that being said, as a trained mindfulness teacher, it is important that I screen my clients before I work with them in doing an extensive mindfulness program. And so there are certain populations that mindfulness may not be good for, may not be healthy for, or could trigger more significant psychotherapeutic side effects, which I am not qualified to manage. Okay, so some of those conditions include someone who has been recently diagnosed with anxiety or depression, so someone that's really new to it, someone who has bipolar, unmanaged and newly diagnosed bipolar, someone who has experienced a trauma, someone who is currently in and wrapped up in an addiction, and someone who is experiencing psychosis. So all of these populations potentially, when working with mindfulness, can create an environment where those symptoms can be triggered and potentially their health could become more compromised. And so it's important that when you are with that population, that you're working with a licensed practitioner who can also then manage the symptoms, guide you skillfully through if something unfortunate was to happen. So those are the populations that I tend not to work with. Okay, so that's kind of the doom and gloom behind it. So let's talk about now, how do we start a mindfulness practice? Okay, so I like to describe mindfulness as going to the gym for your brain. And so, like every other skill that we learn in life, we can't come to it and expect that we're going to be good at it right away. We need to practice it. We need to start off small and then build up on that. And then it is a practice. So it's something that has to be done consistently in order to notice the gains, in order to notice the benefits of practicing mindfulness. So when I work with clients, we start off with something very, very small, and then we start building, 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 building. And so I teach mindfulness in several forms. I have a group mindfulness program, which is an 8-week program. And we start with very small skills. We meet for 2 hours every week over an 8-week period. The other way that I work with clients is one-on-one coaching. And so what's really cool about that aspect is that I can customize an 8-week program or pull out the skills that that client needs, and I can incorporate that into a one-on-one session and coaching series with that client as they need it. So there are definitely pros and cons to both styles of learning mindfulness. And I will give you some resources at the end of this so that if you want to start trying mindfulness, I have a free program that you can access on my webpage. So I will give you that, web address at the end of this. So the first thing that we need to learn to practice is learning to come back to, or learning to train the brain to come to the present moment. So let me kind of recreate what life was like, or may still be like, for you on a daily basis. So we wake up with the alarm clock going. We generally wake up not well rested. We are in a rush as soon as we get out of bed. Our minds are already planning, what do I need to do to get ready to get me out of the house? Add on multiple complex items to your daily routines, such as responsibilities in the home, parenting, all children, animals, whatever it is that you have to do, that you're responsible for in your daily life. All of that stuff takes up your thoughts as soon as we wake up. You go about your business, you get prepared, you do your hygiene. You're then probably, your mind is planning on the drive to work. What is it that you need to do once you get to work? Do you have all of your things? And then we somehow scrape down some breakfast, or not, or grab something to go, coffee and something convenient. We're in the car. We are not paying attention to the drive to work. We're already at work. We get to work, and then we're thinking about what's coming for the rest of the day, including what are we going to be doing once we get home. We come home, we're already thinking about all of the things we need to get done for that evening. We get home, life kind of unfolds. You go through your routine, and then it's time to go to bed, and we just play that over and over and over again. And so that is a scenario where autopilot is extremely beneficial, because the intention of the brain is to keep us safe. And it's always scanning for threats. So it's always looking to see what's going to potentially be dangerous or create some sort of compromise on our survival. When we have created a routine and the brain has then recognized or accepts that there's no threat in your routine, autopilot will then take over, and we definitely don't have to really pay attention. We just kind of go through the motions. When was the last time you paid attention to what's happening in the shower? When was the last time you sat down and enjoyed a meal without scarfing it down or running out of the house. All of these things are on autopilot because we don't need to pay attention to them to know how to do them. So you can see where that can become detrimental because we're not being present for even the minor things that are happening in our lives. So if we're not paying attention to the minor things that are happening, we definitely can also miss out on some major things that are happening in our lives, or that compound effect where one tiny thing kind of builds. And next thing you know, we have some major stress, major unmanaged stress. So the first couple of sessions, we work on connecting to the present moment. And the way that we do that, I say that mindfulness is like the cheapest activity you'll ever practice because you need no equipment. The only thing that you need is to be able to be breathing. So as long as you're alive, you are quite capable to practice mindfulness. We use the breath as the anchor point to bring us back to the present moment because we're always breathing. It's always happening and it's always in the present moment, and we can always connect to it. So we learn by we learn by a benign things that are in our environment to start to practice to pay attention to our breath. Because unfortunately, we just can't will the mind to pay attention to the breath, or else, we would be all skillful mindfulness practitioners, and I would be out of a job. So basically, that's how we would start: is learning to bring our attention back to the present moment, connecting to the breath, paying attention to the breath. The second thing that we will start to pay attention to is the body. I always like to use this analogy that the body is an early warning detection device. It will tell us well before the brain even knows when something has gone off kilter, off balance. The problem is that we spend the majority of our life in this region here, and we neglect to listen to what is happening in our bodies. And so when we first start to practice, we start connecting to what is happening in our bodies, and then learning to pay attention to what happens to the brain when we force ourselves or ask ourselves to pay attention, to sit and just be still. And so for a lot of people, that's a really uncomfortable process because we're so go, 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 go. And the climate maybe today that a lot of us have been forced to kind of put the brakes on, and we've got a lot of time right now to not be going. And that in and of itself can create a lot of anxiety because we have this mindset that we should be doing things all of the time. So a mindfulness practice is not only just good for someone who has experienced anxiety and needs to learn how to slow or incorporate some more stillness into their life, but it's also a way for people who are okay with and are good with stillness, just to connect to the moment and learn to appreciate and experience gratitude and more awareness of what's going on in their lives. And so it's something that can be practiced by anybody, other than obviously those populations that I mentioned. It's not to say that those populations can't practice mindfulness. They just need to be guided and have the tools available to them in case if something unpleasant does show up, and then we have the resources to manage that. I have a psychotherapist available to me at the Lavallee Health Center. So if something does happen, then I can access that resource for my clients. So that's, one of the things that I can do. Okay, I have a question. Okay, great. So a question about I can relate to that go, 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 go hustle mentality, which can take over your day. And now that quote unquote normal life has been disrupted due to COVID, everything is flipped on its head. And I think that a lot of us can relate to that right now. What tips do you have for shifting our mindfulness practice given the current pandemic situation? Great. And I think this is a great time to kind of transition now to, you've been hearing me talk for the last 30 minutes. Let's get into some practicing and some skills that we can look at to start incorporating into our day to kind of meet whatever it is that's coming up for you. So going from the go, 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 go to the stillness, again, that can create anxiety for some people. It can also create a lot of calmness for some people. So I'm either kind of seeing either or kind of show up for people. So the first thing that I always want people to know is to start to learn to listen to what's kind of showing up for you. And so how do we do that? So I'm going to start with our first mindfulness tip. And so what we're going to do is we are going to practice. I want you to start practicing mindful bells. Okay, so a mindful bell, a B-E-L-L. I'm from the East Coast, so sometimes my accent takes over. A mindful bell is something that we can use that's in our daily environment, that when we see it or it happens, gives us an external alarm or a bell to stop and just appreciate what's happening in the moment. So it's nothing onerous, nothing that's going to take out from your day, nothing that's going to, create a lot of change in your habits. In fact, it's something that I encourage my clients to do, to try to practice a mindful bell at least, 5 to 7 times a day. So how it could work is, if you're still going outside, or if you're still out of the home, you could use every time that you get into your vehicle. You could use every time you step outside the threshold of your home. If you are still in your home, you could use every time you go to the washroom. That's something that is pretty much the number one bell that my clients use, because we all go to the washroom several times throughout the day. Or if you're like me, when I started mindfulness, my mental state was not ideal, and I couldn't remember what I had set for my alarms, for my bells. So I literally set an alarm on my phone, and it went off every 3 hours. And so all I want you to do is that alarm happens, and then I just want you to stop, and I want you to pay attention to 3 breaths. The other myth about mindfulness is that you have to breathe a certain way. And yes, there are some practices within like yoga and other types of breathing, square breath, all of those types of things. But when we're just practicing general mindfulness, we just let the breath breathe itself. So there's no right or wrong way to breathe, it's just breathe. And so in a mindful bell, we want you to just stop and pay attention to 3 breaths. So it would look like this. I just am going to the washroom. I'm just going to stop. And I'm going to, if you feel like it, I always feel inclined to close my eyes. I close my eyes and I just go. And then I carry on. That's all that skill is. And so it's just learning to pay attention to the 3 breaths. And you could do this anywhere. You could do it in the grocery store. You could do it wherever. You don't have to close your eyes. All you're simply doing is paying attention to the breath going in and the breath coming out 3 times. So that's a gem. That's a gem right there. That's a nugget on how to become an expert in mindfulness, because you have to master that skill before you can move on to anything else. And so I would encourage people to start doing that. The second thing that I want people to start to do, and this would be helpful for the question that I got about now that everything is flipped on its head, is to find something that you do on a daily basis that takes less than 5 minutes. So I don't know what that would have been before, but let's say now I have more time now to appreciate making coffee. in the morning, and I have a beautiful espresso machine. So before COVID, I was going to McDonald's every day, getting a coffee, and heading on and carrying on my day. Um, so now, because I'm home and I go through the process of making a coffee every morning. And so I paying attention to the senses, right? So learning to just experience life through all of your senses is another really easy and cool tool that you can start to do to start being more aware and mindful of your current situations. So pick something that you're doing on a daily basis and paying attention to: what am I seeing? What am I smelling? What am I hearing? What am I tasting? What am I touching? And in mindfulness, the sixth sense is: what am I thinking? And so just noticing that, noticing when the mind wants to wander, noticing when the mind starts to go and plan or judge or remember or resonate with something that has happened. And then a curious mind will say, oh, interesting. What was I doing again? Oh, right, paying attention to making a coffee. What do I see? What do I smell? What do I hear? Being aware of the judgmental mind is like, oh, crap, I shouldn't be doing that. I'm supposed to be paying attention to making a coffee. So do you see how like that's changing the language? So just learning how to even just like shift how you speak to yourself. Is it interesting that every time I go to make a coffee, my mind automatically goes to the meeting I have to do at 9 in the morning, whatever it is. So learning that about yourself, that that's what's happening. And then the last thing that we always do is a body scan meditation. And so I have about 10 more minutes left with you guys. And so I was going to go through a body scan. I hope you guys are up for some more meditation. Not super relaxing like this morning, but just more of an awareness piece. And so what I would ask you to do is to find a space that's comfortable for you. You can sit up on your couch, or if you want, you can lie down. You want to lie down on the floor, sit down cross-legged, whatever feels comfortable for you. Just want you to get into that comfortable position right now. Once you're there, just settling in. And if it feels right for you, I would invite you to close your eyes. If closing your eyes is something that doesn't feel right for you, then I would just ask that you would lower your gaze. So maybe stare at something on the floor, just to kind of allow your environment to kind of fade away in the background. And just start to connect to the fact that you're breathing. Noticing the breath as you breathe in, and noticing the breath as you breathe out. And just following the breath for 1 or 2 rounds. And on your next breath, I just want you to switch your awareness now from the breath to the bottoms of the feet. And maybe they're touching the floor, or maybe they're kind of free, the air is around them. I just want you to notice all of the sensations that are happening in your feet right now. What temperature are they? Is there any movement? Any tingling? And maybe you might not notice anything, and that's okay as well. Just as best you can, taking all of your attention and putting them into your feet. And on the next breath, starting to shift your awareness now to the bottoms of the legs, noticing your calves, your shins, noticing the sensations on the surface of the skin, but also deeper too into the muscles, the bones. Becoming aware of your knees. Maybe noticing what position they're in, if they're straight or bent. Again, paying attention if there's ease or discomfort. Just noticing whatever's there without any need to change it, just allowing it to be exactly as it is. Becoming aware now of the upper legs into the thighs and the hamstrings. Again, noticing the surface of the legs, to the muscles. Maybe noticing any tension or some ease. And spreading the awareness then into your hips, to the pelvic region. Noticing into your buttocks, maybe noticing where it makes contact with the floor or the chair, cushion. Noticing that pressure, noticing what it's like to sit or lay down. Also noticing deep into the hips. Maybe seeing if it's possible to notice one hip and then the other. Now on the next breath, shifting your awareness to your lower back. Just recognizing that this is a place that some of us have a lot of tension, pain, tightness. Just noticing what that's like for you in this moment. And just letting it be. Or if you need to, adjusting your position to feel more comfortable. Spreading your awareness up the spine, up the back. Noticing the movements of the ribs as you breathe in and out. Noticing if it's making contact to the floor or the back of a chair. Noticing your posture if you're sitting. And on your next breath, just bringing your attention to your stomach, to the belly region. Again, connecting to the breath, noticing the belly rise, fall. Maybe noticing if there's any sounds or movements going on in the stomach. Noticing the sensations here. Again, what they are is not important. Just noticing. Spreading the awareness now up into the lungs, into the ribs. Noticing the chest inflate, deflate with each breath. Noticing the beating of your heart. On the next breath, bringing your awareness now into the hands. Noticing all areas of the hands, fingers and the palms and the wrists, the back of the hands. Again, noticing the sensations here. Maybe a coolness or a warmth, tingling, moistness, or maybe just nothing at all. As best you can, just trying to discern each of the details. Spreading the awareness now into the wrists, to the forearms, up into the elbows. Noticing the bicep and the tricep. And then bringing your attention to the shoulders. And recognize that this is a place that we like to hold a lot of stress. And just seeing if with the next breath you can just create a little bit more space, a little bit more ease. Becoming aware now of your neck. Noticing the throat. Noticing the breath as you breathe in, as it moves down the throat. And maybe even noticing the sensations of swallowing. Spreading your awareness now into your jaw and your chin, up into your mouth. Just noticing all the parts of your mouth, your teeth, your tongue, your lips. Noticing swallowing. Spreading your awareness to your nose. Noticing the breath moving in the nostrils, out. Becoming aware of your eyes. Just noticing if they're soft or moving. Noticing if they have them shut, if there's darkness or maybe lights. Becoming aware of your ears. Noticing the sensations in around the ears. Noticing if any sounds come to the ears at this moment. Bringing your awareness now to the top of your head. And just finding a spot at the top of your head. Just focusing all your attention there. And see if it's possible for you to breathe into and out of that spot, kind of like a blowhole. And then on the next breath, I want you to start your breath at the tips of the toes and breathe in to the top of the head. And then on your exhale, moving the breath from the top of the head down into the toes. And follow your breath from the toes to the top of the head, and top of the head down. Just noticing your body, feeling connected, working together, one unit. On your next breath, I want you to begin to start wiggling your fingers and toes. Bringing your awareness back into your room, back to this video, back to me. When you feel ready, you can open your eyes and join me back here. So thank you for sharing that time with me. This is the body scan. We did a very truncated version of this. And generally when we are together, then I would do what's called an inquiry process with you. So part of solidifying a mindfulness practice is going through an inquiry process. And this is a vital process for a mindfulness development because it solidifies the key teachings of the mindfulness practice. So it would look something like this. What did you notice? And so you might have noticed a lot of things. You might have noticed your mind traveling. You might have noticed you fell asleep. You might have noticed that you didn't notice anything. You might have noticed that your breath was big and full. You might have noticed that there was tension in certain parts of your body and not in others. There's a bunch of things that we can notice. And then my job then is to ask you, what did you do when you noticed that? And we keep going with this questioning so that you can really understand the importance of and understand the lessons of doing a body scan or whatever other tool we would work together in doing. So unfortunately, today I don't have any live participants that I can share with. So what I'm going to do is stop it there. And look, I'm getting the door in. That is the 3 skills that I would work with any client that we would start practice. I hope that that was helpful for you and that it was you were able to kind of dispel any myths or gain a better understanding of what mindfulness is. This is kind of like an introduction to mindfulness. Like I said, I do have a resource on my webpage. It's www.nourishthemoment.com. Under the mindfulness section, there's a COVID mindfulness package. was initially created for the school boards, for Renfrew County school boards. However, I thought this is something that everyone can use. So there's skills there for adults and young adults. There's skills there for teenagers and preteens, and then there's skills there for children. So really, mindfulness can be practiced by anybody, and especially in this time right now, to learn to just kind of appreciate and be with the moment, practicing those skills, getting a solid foundation so that when things start to ramp up again and we go back to whatever it is that we're going to be going back to, or embrace upon whatever new lifestyle or normal that we're going to, you will have a good foundation for meeting whatever life is going to throw at us. So it is 2:50. I will conclude it there. I think that is a very good overview of what mindfulness is. Anything else for us?
Nope. I just wanted to just jump on and thank you for doing the workshop today. It was great, and we're super excited to have you again tomorrow.
Exciting. So tomorrow we're going to be doing mindful eating, which is something completely different to what we do today.
Yeah.
There's no overlap really.
Okay. Well, we are just going to, in just a minute, we're just going to disconnect from this call, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes with yoga with Yoga. So again, thank you, Jane, and I'll see everybody back in just a few more minutes.
Thank you, Dorian.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final workshop of the day for our virtual wellness conference. I'm super excited to introduce our next one, which is yoga with our yoga studio, which is actually just up above where we are right now at Studio Dreamshare in downtown Pembroke. So without further ado, I'm just going to hand it over.
Hi everyone. So I am Erin from Aya. We are sadly closed at the moment in the location above Dreamshare, but we have been teaching classes online. So yeah, so hopefully you'll get a little unwind and relaxation to wrap up the day. I wanted to start our yoga practice together seated, and just in case you're more comfortable seated in a chair, I wanted to give you a heads up that feel free to grab a chair if you need one, because everything that we're doing can be done seated in a chair. So if you want to take a moment to grab your kitchen chair or dining room chair, or to sit on the ground, cross-legged if that's comfortable for you. And if it's not comfortable for you, feel free to stretch out your legs any way that feels good. Or even sit on a cushion. Okay, so let's start seated comfortably. And then we'll take a moment to begin to soften our body and connect with our breath. So let's start by focusing in on our jaw and gently unclench your back teeth to allow your jaw to soften. And feel into your shoulders. Let your shoulders draw away from your ears. And try to sit up nice and tall. Sitting up tall from your tailbone all the way up to the top of your head. If your shoulders begin to creep up to your ears, drop them away. You can do this with your eyes opened or closed. And then take a moment to tune in to your breath. So what this means is basically pay attention to your breath. Simply notice it. Notice as you inhale, the breath traveling in through your nose, traveling along the back of your throat, filling your lungs. And as you exhale, feel where your body softens. Stay with the next few breaths, paying attention to your inhale and your exhale. If your teeth start to clench, gently unclench your jaw again. Notice where your breath is at right now. Is it full and deep? Is it shallow? Whatever your breath is doing, just notice it. And as we do our yoga practice together today, we're going to come back and notice our breath time and time again and see how that can help us along the way. Let's begin with some gentle stretches for our neck. We'll begin by gently dipping the chin down towards the chest. Soften up that jaw. And then get ready for some semicircles. So we'll start by bringing our chin across our chest until we're looking over the shoulder. Once you get there, pause for a second and then dip your chin back down across your chest until you're looking over the opposite shoulder. We'll continue drawing these semicircles with our chin across our chest, side to side. As you rock your head side to side, you may notice little crackles and pops. as your neck loosens up. Once you find that rhythm, come back to noticing your breath and softening up your jaw. Good. Let's do one more semicircle. Finishing up, looking over your shoulder. And then we'll gently turn to face front. To stretch out the side of our neck, let's start by sitting up tall, taking a big inhale. Exhale, drop one ear down towards your shoulder. Just watch that your head has done the movement. If your shoulder has crept up to meet your ear, drop your shoulder down. Heavy shoulders and a soft jaw. Good, we'll take one more breath here. And then on your inhale, bring your head up to neutral. And we'll exhale, dropping our ear down to the other shoulder. I'm joined by my cat. Excellent. Heavy shoulders, heavy head. And with your next inhale, gently bring your head up through center. Coming back to neutral, we'll get ready for a nice big shoulder squeeze, which releases a lot of tension by just letting your arms hang heavy at your side, in your chair or on the ground. And we'll get ready to take a big inhale and squeeze those shoulders up tight to your ears. 1, 2, 3, squeeze it up. Pause, hold the breath, and then let go with a sigh. We'll try it again. Another big inhale and squeeze. Pause, and then let it go. And for good luck, let's do one more. Inhale it up. Pause and let go. Now we'll get into the shoulders a little bit more by bringing those shoulders straight up to the ears again. Then draw your shoulder blades together. Drop the shoulders down and then bring them forward. Almost like you're drawing a square on either side of you with your shoulders. So we'll squeeze up, back, down, forward, up, back, down, forward. A good squeeze up, open the chest, drop it down, squeeze it forward, and one more time, up, back, down, forward, and then let's circle in that same direction. So smoothing out the movement, nice rotations of the shoulders. Excellent. We'll do one more, and then we'll come back to neutral. Do one more of those lovely shoulder squeezes. So inhale to squeeze up tight and let it go. Awesome. So staying seated, I'd like to move into our wrists and our fingers. We'll start by circling at the wrists. And I do this not always in a yoga class, but right now I find we're spending a lot of time on our devices just by living in a virtual world. So we can take this time to stretch out our wrists and then stretch out our fingers as they've been getting a lot of use. So while I cat out, she's scratching at the door, let's shake at our hands and bring the blood flow to our hands. Yeah. There you go. The cat's got spring fever. So coming back to our stretch of our hands and our fingers, we're going to give a breath to each finger. So take one hand, grasp the pinky on the opposite hand. Start with a big inhale, holding your pinky, and as you exhale, gently stretch your pinky back. And move on to the next finger. Inhale to grasp. Exhale to stretch. Close your eyes if it helps you to focus and work your way along each of your 10 fingers, including your thumbs. Being mindful not to overstretch and to truly give a breath to each finger. Both hands, one finger at a time. As you move your way through your fingers, unclench your jaw. And we'll all finish at different times because the rate of our breath differs one person to the next. So whenever you're done, if I'm still stretching, feel free to just wiggle out your fingers. Listen to the little cracks and pops that'll happen now that we've loosened them up. Once again, let's give those hands a shake. Bring the blood flow to our newly stretched hands. Okay. And let's get into our side body and our torso a little bit. So we'll stay seated again, chair or ground. I want to start with some trunk rotations. So circles through our waist. Imagining that you have a crayon or a paintbrush in your belly button, and you're going to draw or paint circles around the inside of your hips by making a circle with your belly button. So you might start a little stiff. I'm just drawing tiny little circles. But as you start to loosen up, you can make those circles bigger and more exaggerated. As you come forward, you can allow your chest to open up. And as you come back, you can even round the back, letting the low back pop and stretch. Feeling the stretching through your hips. And then the next time you come forward, pause there for a moment and get ready to circle in the other direction. All the way around. This movement is super good for your digestion. So if you've had upset stomach or your eating routine has been disrupted, this type of movement will help with your digestion. Literally helping you digest your food by massaging your digestive organs with movement. We'll circle one more time around. And when we come back through center, we'll sit up tall again. Drop those arms at our side. Get ready for a shoulder squeeze. Inhaling up tight. And letting go with a sigh. And now I'd like to move into the side body a little bit with some side stretches. So let's take our left hand, left fingertips are down towards the ground. And we'll take that right hand palm up. For our side bend here, we're going to move with our breath, straightening and then bending. So taking that right open palm and inhaling your arms straight up, lifting up. And as you exhale, bend through your waist over to the left-hand side. My cat's decided she's going to be a real nuisance today. So as you stretch, I'm going to let her back in. Continue to breathe full and deep. And unclench your jaw. Come on, Miley. There you go. Good. And then with your next inhale, stretch that arm straight up overhead and exhale your arm down slowly at your side. Good. And moving into the other side, our right fingertips will be down towards the ground. Left palm is up. And we'll inhale to reach up, straight spine. Exhale, bending through the side body. Awesome. Keeping your chest open and noticing how you don't have to go very far here. There's no need to drop your head down. Awesome. I'm clenching that jaw
And then we'll get ready to straighten up with our inhale, reach it up, and exhale to lower down. Good. Let's roll those shoulders up and back a few more times. Shoulder rotations to open up the chest and lubricate those shoulders. Excellent. And now I'd like to make our way seated on our mats. So if getting down to the ground isn't going to work for you, you can do this movement seated from your chair. We're going to be twisting side to side. If you can get down to a mat, try sitting with your legs extended out in front of you. So we'll start by bending our right knee, planting our foot on the ground. If you're seated in your chair, keep both feet on the ground. Inhale to reach both arms up, reach up. And as you exhale, turn towards your right knee and then let your arms float down. This whole movement here, you want to lengthen your spine while dropping your shoulders away from your ears. And then settle into this twist with some full, deep breaths. With your next inhale, start to reach your arms up, turn to the front, big stretch up. Exhale your hands to your heart. And if you're on the ground, let both legs extend in front of you and give your knees a little bounce. From your chair, you can bounce both your feet and let your knees soften up. From the ground, let's bend that left knee, planting the left foot. From the chair, both feet on the ground. We'll sit up tall. Inhale to reach both arms up, big stretch up. And as you exhale, turn gently towards that left knee, floating your arms down. Let your fingertips rest where they land. Shoulders soft. Jaw unclenched. And as you inhale, try and round your tummy, filling up those lungs. And as you exhale, slowly soften. Let's try 2 more breaths here. 1 more full deep breath. And then with our next inhale, we'll reach the arms up, turning to the front, big stretch up. And we'll exhale our hands to the heart. Good. We'll let both legs come back down to the ground, bounce up the knees. And then we are going to do some movement from the ground. So we want to come to laying on our mat with our cat. And let's bend both knees. Plant both feet on the ground. Good. And then I'd like to walk our feet out a little bit wider than our hips are. So walk your feet out wider than your hips for windshield wipers. So we're simply going to let the knees fall over to one side, come up through center, and over to the other side. Just making your legs into windshield wipers, side to side, with our goal being to loosen up the hips slowly and gently. Keeping those ankles loose. As you rock side to side, it's okay to roll onto the side of your foot. We're not putting any pressure on them. Gently rock it out. Going at a pace that's comfortable for you. 1 more swipe on each side. And then we'll bring those knees pointed back up to the ceiling. We'll walk the feet in to about hip width apart. And we'll get into each individual leg and ankle. Let's start with our left leg. We'll extend the left leg up. And you can take your hand to support the back of your leg, both of your hands or one of your hands. If your knee needs to bend, let your knee bend. And then we'll slowly circle out our left ankle. Yeah, this is where we get all those cracks and pops. As we start to loosen up the ankle, wiggling out our toes. And then we'll circle that ankle in the opposite direction. Excellent. We'll do 2 or 3 more circles of that left ankle. Let's keep that leg extended. And then let's point our toes to the ceiling and then flex the sole of the foot to the ceiling, alternating between pointing and flexing. Just keep pointing and flexing. If your leg's getting tired, feel free to bend the knee even more. And point and flex that left foot. Good. Getting a stretch through the shin and the top of the foot, through the calf and the arch of the foot. Excellent. And before we let that left leg go, let's hug the left knee in towards our chest, holding on either behind the knee or resting your hands on top of your shin and giving your leg a little hug to the chest. Excellent. And let's bring that left foot down to the mat. We'll move with our breath for the right leg. Let's inhale to stretch the right leg up. Bring your hands behind to support it. Soften the knee if need be, and begin your ankle rotations. Circling out that right ankle. Slow and steady. Really taking time to make these circles big and slow, so you can fully stretch out your ankle, and then we'll go in the opposite direction. Wiggle out our toes. Excellent. We'll come back to center. Get ready to point and flex your foot. So we'll start by pointing those right toes to the ceiling and then flexing the sole of the foot. Don't forget, if your leg is getting tired, you can bend the knee to soften things up a little bit. Pointing and flexing. Really reach those toes. Stretch out the arch of the foot. Good. We'll do 1 more point and flex. And then we'll hug the right knee in towards the chest. Give that right leg a little squeeze. And then lower our foot down to the mat. Let's stay here with both feet on our mat, the knees bent. We'll bring our arms beside our body with our palms down for bridge lifts, moving with our breath. So with your inhale, lift your hips up towards the ceiling. And as you exhale, slowly lower down. Keep going with your breath, nice and controlled. Inhale to reach up. And exhale to unravel your spine, returning the hips to the ground. As you lift those hips up, don't be shy to round your belly. Lower down, exhale fully. Let's do 2 more full breaths. And 1 more. Once your hips are back down on the ground, bring the bottoms of your feet together, the soles of your feet touching, with your knees open to either side. Legs are like a butterfly here. As we lay in bound angle, feeling a stretch through the hips and the groin. And if it becomes uncomfortable, feel free to undo this stretch and just simply lay on your mat. Take 1 or 2 more breaths here. And then let's gently bring our hands to the outside of our thighs so we can return them up. Good. And let's hug both knees in towards our chest, either holding on behind the knees or on the shins. And then we'll rock gently side to side for a low back massage. Rock it out. You can let your feet dangle here. Excellent. And then we'll come back to center and get ready to come onto our hands and knees. So you can either roll onto your side and push your way up, or you can rock forward and back and come up to seated. And let's scoop our legs behind us. Come onto our hands and knees. We'll stack our shoulders right above our wrists. And we'll bring our knees about as wide as our hips apart. If this doesn't feel good for your wrists, you do have the option to do this on your forearms. So the forearms option is just to drop down and bring your shoulders above your elbows. Moving into a cat-cow movement. So beginning with the cow movement, we'll inhale and drop our tummy, scoop our tailbone up, little lift in the chin. As you exhale, round your back, scoop your chin to your chest. Good, keep going. Inhale to drop the tummy, lift the tailbone. And exhale to round the back, chin to chest. Find a rhythm here with your own breath to massage your spine. As you breathe in and out, unclench your jaw. We'll do one more full breath. We'll come back to center. Let's stay in our tabletop position here to bring in a little bit of a twist. So we can again do this from down on the forearms or up high on the hands. We'll curl our toes under, and starting with our left leg, let's slide our left toes straight back. So keep your toes on your mat, almost like you're in a lunge position here. And then we'll slide that left foot over to the bottom right of our mat. So just slide your foot over to the opposite side. The twist comes in by inhaling to face front and exhaling to look over the right shoulder. Once you're looking over that right shoulder, you'll feel that stretch through your left side body. A little squeeze through the right side. Gonna take another full deep breath here. And then we'll gently unravel by sliding that left foot to the back left of the mat, straighten out the spine and bring both knees down to your mat. Good, if your wrists are getting tired, you can lift up your hands and circle out the wrists, one at a time. And then get ready for that right leg. So again, stack everything up, curl the toes under, slide that right foot straight back, planting your toes on your mat. And then we'll slide that right foot over to the bottom left of our mat. This time the movement is inhale to face front, exhale to look over your left shoulder. You may not see your foot, and that's okay. You don't want to overstretch. Just getting a right side body stretch and squeezing that left side. Taking a couple of full deep breaths with that soft jaw. And then let's unravel by sliding the right foot
to the back part of our mat, gazing in front and bringing both knees down. Let's bring our knees wide apart, bring our big toes towards each other, and then sink our bum onto our heels for a child's pose. We can rest our forearms down on our mat, and we can even bow the forehead down. If your head doesn't want to reach your mat, make a fist with both hands, stack them, and rest your forehead there. Again, breathing full and deep. Softening up your low back and your hips. And let's take one more full breath here. And then we'll lift up our heads, plant our hands on our mat so we can bring our knees back together. And let's slide down on our stomachs. And slide all the way down, staying up on your forearms. Take a moment to stack your shoulder above your elbow, palms are down. Moving into a really subtle movement, a subtle pose here, the Sphinx pose. We simply want to lift our chest up away from the mat, soften our shoulders away from our ears, a tiny little lift in the chin. And to stretch the low back here, we're going to want to soften our bum. What usually happens here is your bum automatically clenches tight and it makes everything tight in your back as well. So unclench that bum, soften your low back, let your legs rest heavy. You might even part your lips and take a couple of breaths. One more full breath here. To give ourselves a little rest, we'll start to bring those elbows out to the side, stack our hands on top of each other, and rest your cheek down on your stacked hands. Soften your shoulders down towards your mat. Good. And then I'd like to make our way up to standing. So we can push our way up using anything you need to help you get up to standing. Awesome. Just some gentle standing poses here. I'd like to do a few forward folds. I'll turn to the side so you can kind of see the movement. Let's plant our feet about as wide as our hips apart. We'll roll the shoulders up and back. Good. With your next inhale, reach the arms up. And as you exhale, take a bow down. You can bend the knees here. You can reach behind the calves to support your body. Good. And with your next inhale, bend the knees, reach the arms out and up, straightening as you go, reach it up, then exhale your hands to your heart. If you have a chair in front of you, you can always hold on to the back of the chair. So we'll inhale to reach. Exhale to fold forward or hold your chair. And then your next inhale, reach it on up. Exhaling your hands to your heart. We'll try one more. Inhaling to stretch and lengthen your body. Exhale to fold forward. With your inhale, bend those knees, straighten and lift everything up. Exhale your hands to your heart. I'm going to get ready for a few T-twists here. The T-twists are to stretch out our torso, something you can do really easily, standing or seated. So we'll plant those feet about as wide as our hips apart. Bring our arms out in a T. Actually, I'm going to move away from my wall a little bit. And as you inhale, reach your arms up, palms together. Exhale, twist through your waist and drop your arms down in a T. Good. With your next inhale, reach your arms up, facing front, and exhale, T to the other side. Keeping your feet planted all the way through and moving with your breath, reaching and lifting, gently unraveling. Let's do one more on each side. Really lift that ribcage up away from your belly button. Drop those strong arms down. One more on the other side. Coming back to the front, we'll inhale to reach up, lift up that rib cage. Exhale your hands to your heart. Good. And then let your arms hang heavy and twist through the waist gently. Arms heavy, flopping like a rag doll. Softening everything up. Good. Getting ready for a little bit of a wider stance. We'll step those feet out wider than our hips apart. So if you can go really wide, go for it. If you can go a little bit wide, go for that. And we plant those feet with our toes pointed slightly outwards. So we're slightly pigeon-toed here for our French press movement. So with French press, we're going to inhale and reach our arms up. And as we exhale, we'll stack our hands and drop it down, hands to chest, bending those knees. Okay, so we inhale, sweep up, reach up, exhale, squeeze it down. Good, let's keep going with our own breath, reaching and lifting and squeezing it down. Awesome, nice fluid movement. Really lift up, come down with a straight spine, your bum dropping down to the ground. Keep going. Let's do two more. And one more. Once we're down, let's stay with those knees bent. Let's stack our hands on our waist. We'll stretch out those feet once again by lifting up our right heel and pressing in to those right toes. Drop that right heel down. Lift up the left heel, press into the left toes. Keep going side to side, really lifting, stretching out the arch of the foot as you press into your toes. Good. One more time on each side. Good. If you're feeling like a little bit of fun balance work here, we'll try and lift up both heels one at a time and see if we can balance on our toes. This can get a bit wobbly. If you've got that chair, grab it. And then we'll bring those heels down. And with our inhale, we'll reach up, big stretch up, straightening the legs, hands to the heart. Awesome. I'd actually like to come right back down to the ground. Getting to that time of day where you might want to sit out on the patio with a cold drink. So we're going to wrap it up soon. So let's lay down on our backs once again. Knees are bent and feet are planted on your mat. Once you get comfortable on your back, take a moment to hug both knees into your chest once again and gently rock side to side to massage your low back. Let your feet be floppy. We'll come back through center. Let's drop both feet down to the mat. Widen the space between our feet, just like we did before for windshield wipers. But this time we're going to keep our knees resting on the ground. So let's start by opening our arms up wide. Palms are up, chest is open, and we'll start with an inhale. Exhaling, drop both knees down to the left side. So you might be resting on the inside of that right foot, outside of the left foot, heavy through the knees, soft through the jaw. with your next inhale, bring your knees up to the ceiling. Exhale your knees to the right. Adjust your feet so they're comfortable. Allow your hips to soften. Good, and with our inhale, we'll bring those knees up towards the ceiling once again. We'll walk the feet back in towards each other. Now let's try extending our legs upwards. So we'll stretch that right leg up, bring your right hand behind your right knee, slowly bring that left leg up, left hand behind the left knee. Just feeling both legs reaching and lifting, the low back pressing into your mat. You can point and flex those feet a couple more times. You can even circle at the ankles a few more times if that feels good. Wiggle at the toes. Happy to be in bare feet. And then we'll hug those knees back into the chest. Soften our shoulders away from our ears. And let's lower the feet down to the mat. Let's take a full body stretch. So we'll let our legs stretch all the way out down to the end of the mat. We'll reach our arms up overhead, pointing our fingers and pointing our toes. Let's take a big, noisy breath. Inhale deep and sigh it out. Remember, nobody can hear you, so just take a big breath in and let it out. And then get yourself super comfortable. So maybe you're more comfortable with the knees bent. Maybe you need your arms down at your side or resting on your stomach. We're going to finish up with our final relaxation, or Shavasana, as we call it in yoga terms. Basically taking a few moments to connect back with our breath and to allow our whole body to soften into the ground. Jane did a lovely body scan before that I tuned into, so I'm not going to recreate that. I just want us to take a moment to feel our body connected to the ground, to the earth. Scan through from your feet all the way up to the top of your head. And if you notice any tension, draw your breath to those places, fill them up, and allow them to soften on your exhale. Notice the quality of your breath now compared to when we started. If your mind starts to wander, try visualizing a candle burning in front of you. Picture that candle flame flickering. And then as you inhale, imagine that candle flame becoming still. As you exhale, watch the candle flame flicker. So inhale, seeing a still flame. Exhale, seeing a flickering flame. And take one big inhale, extinguishing the flame on your exhale. If your eyes are closed, open your eyes and wiggle out your fingers and toes. You're welcome to gently rock your head side to side in a no motion. And the next time you bring your head through center, get ready for one more big full body stretch. Stretch out your legs, stretch out your arms. Take that big noisy inhale and exhale with a big sigh. To make your way up, you can roll to your side or rock forward and back. And to finish our yoga practice together today, seated any way that's comfortable. If you'd like to join me with your hands at your heart, I thank you for joining me today and inviting me to join you. Namaste.
Okay, so thank you for that super awesome workshop. And it is the end of day one already. So I have lots of people to thank for day one. Thank you to all of the day one presenters. We had Yoga join us. We had Jane Wood, Kristen Gloa, Trevor Pierce, and Sebastian Baudouin, and Kyla Kraft-Romaine, and it was all really great workshops today. And thank you to Studio Dreamshare for hosting us in this super awesome space surrounded by all this super awesome art. And I will see you all tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. with Meditation with Leslie Burke. So again, thank you all for joining us for our day one of our virtual wellness conference, and I'll see you tomorrow.